Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Ni, the World-Destroying Poisonous Milk. Chapter 1. Sha Kingdom, Shan Province, Linjiang City. In the class of Class 3 and Class 4 of Linjiang No. 1 Senior High School, all the students looked expectantly at the awakening instrument being assembled on the podium. Linjiang No. 1 Senior High School has 4 classes with a total of 142 students. Today, they are undergoing transfers. The first 3 classes have all completed their transfers, and now it is the last class. The 37 students sat upright with their chests and backs straight, looking at Principal Xu Xian on the podium with bright eyes. Students, 3 years of study have led to today. You have mastered all the information about Warcraft, secret realms, and professionals. Today is the day you change jobs, and it is also the beginning of your future life. I won't say much more. I hope we can produce another A-level today and become the future star of our human race. Just this morning, when the class next door was changing jobs, an A-level talent appeared. The occupation is also a very popular long-range attack occupation, archer. This made the Principal Xu Xian very happy. The last time there was an A-level talent in Linjiang No. 1 middle school talented person, it was already 5 years ago. In the last row of seats, Chen looked at the awakening instrument that was about to be set up on the podium, breathing slightly heavy and feeling a little nervous. After 3 years in this world, Chen already has a thorough understanding of this world. The game world arrived 200 years ago. After decades of exploration, humans have gradually mastered the new world laws. Everyone will awaken when they are 17 years old. Today, the success rate of awakening has reached 100%. Everyone will become a professional, but the professions are different. After becoming a professional, you can gain experience points by entering various secret realms, participating in hundreds of ethnic battlefields, or killing monsters that occasionally appear in the wild. Experience points can be used to level up, and each level up can strengthen one of your skills by 1 level, thus increasing your strength. The level cap is 100, and so are the skills. Today's perfect professional system is inseparable from the painstaking efforts of countless human pioneers. At the same time, it was they who shed their blood on the battlefields of hundreds of races and blocked the invasion of monsters, so that humans on Blue Star can live a stable and peaceful life. Among the various professions, the most popular ones are naturally the main combat professions, followed by the auxiliary professions. As for the life professions, they basically represent being away from the battlefield. However, this is only a rough classification. Professions that do not go to the battlefield may not be bad, such as enchanters and blacksmiths. Without them, warriors on the battlefield would have to fight with primitive swords and thermal weapons. This is especially true for powerful auxiliary professions. There are many warrior unions on the battlefield of hundreds of tribes. The most important indicator to measure the strength of the warrior union is the quantity and quality of the auxiliary professions. Many warrior teams would rather give up the opportunity than enter the secret realm if they cannot find an auxiliary profession. In Chen's view, it doesn't matter what occupation he is, what matters is his talent level. If the talent is lower than C level, the upper limit is level 30. Even if it is the main battle profession, it is just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Unfortunately, more than 60% of people have the lowest talent level E, but this is only an average. Relatively speaking, the talents of main combat occupations and auxiliary occupations are higher than those of life occupations, and most low-level talents are occupied by life occupations. E-level talent, level 10. D-level talent, level 30. C-level talent, level 50. B-level talent, level 70. When you reach A-level talent, there is no upper limit. As long as you live long enough, you can theoretically reach the full level, which is level 100. As a ripple of purple light spread out, the awakening instrument on the podium had been set up. This is a device similar to a security scanner. A fist-sized amethyst ball emits lightning, magically suspended in it. The purple light just emitted from here. One side of the instrument is a screen, and the other side is inlaid with 6 gems from top to bottom, corresponding to the 6 grades from S, A, B, C, D, and E. Xu Xian looked at the classmates below. Okay. Starting from the first row, students come up one by one. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense, and the students in the first row stood up and walked towards the podium. Looking at several nervous and trembling students, Chen felt a little uneasy, not knowing which profession he would awaken. No one knows what profession they will awaken. I heard that 8 of the top 10 in the grade level unified examination are in life-related occupations, and their talents are average. What is ironic is that those students who had the lowest grades, who were usually very naughty and got into fights, had many major careers this time. Chen and Liu Yunfei are the 2 people who have not yet awakened among the top 10 in the unified examination of their grade. But what profession they will awaken can only be known when they get to the podium. The table tilted, and a fat face came over from the front. It was his best friend Jiao Tianu. Chen, which profession do you want to change to? Chen glanced at him and shook his head slightly. Jiao Tianu smiled and said, Chen, just talk about it and treat it as a wish. Let me tell you, what I want most is to awaken as a giant sword warrior. With my size, and carrying a giant sword as big as a door panel to kill everyone, it is simply, tie pants are hot. Chen almost laughed at him, but Jiao Tianu's tall body was indeed suitable for some meat shield or heavy weapon professions. It is difficult to become a main combat profession, with a probability of less than 10%. Heavy weapon professions are even rarer, with only about 12% of the main combat professions. Chen has read a statistics. The statistics of various professions that have been awakened over the years have tended to be stable. About 60% are life-related professions, about 30% are auxiliary professions, and only 10% are main combat professions. Calculated, Jiao Tianu's chance of becoming a heavy weapons professional is only 1%. In addition, the same is true for talents. 80% of them are C level and below, and the probability of B level is about 3%. As for A level, it is purely a matter of luck. Of course, there are A level and above, and S level, but they are so rare that they have never appeared in Linjiang City, so they are almost forgotten by people. Jiao Tianu talked endlessly in Chen's ears. Chen listened with a smile on his face, but did not say anything. Chen didn't interact with many people, he could even be said to be lonely, and only one best friend like Jiao Tianu liked to play with him. However, it was obvious that Chen could not satisfy Jiao Tianu as an audience, so he continued to talk to several classmates next to him. The classmate at the same table said to Jiao Tianu, "What can you say to a boring gourd, playing the piano to a cow?" "That's right, why are you pretending to be cold if you don't talk all day long?" Among the top 10 in the grade, there are 8 people who are all professional, and their talents are not higher than D level. I don't think anything will happen to him, haha. Several people were talking at random, because Chen didn't like to socialize with others, and many people thought he was pretending. He is a top student and looks down on students with poor grades. Jiao Tianu smiled and explained to several people. You misunderstood. Chen and I have known each other since we were children. This guy has been stupid since he was a child. It's not that he doesn't like to talk to you. It's a pity that others don't believe it at all. Chen heard all these words, but he couldn't explain them, and he never explained them. Several students on the podium were already ready. Xu Xian said respectfully to the old woman who had been sitting next to him with her eyes closed and concentrating. Thank you, Master. I'm sorry to trouble you. The old woman opened her eyes and nodded slightly. She stood up, came to the awakening instrument, and placed her hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball suddenly lit up, and a ball of bright purple energy appeared inside. The gems inlaid on the instrument lit up in sequence from bottom to top, and the final gem representing B grade shimmered. Chen was a little surprised. This master turned out to be a B level talent. The screen on the instrument also displays the master's information. Xie Hua, level 43, auxiliary profession, magister. Although magisters are auxiliary professions, they are very rare. They can directly help people awaken, and they can also store energy in special magic instruments to make such awakening instruments. In addition, there are many uses such as finding magic energy, hiding equipment, activating magic circles, etc., which are more popular than ordinary main battle professions. There is a terrifying weapon called the magic cannon on the battlefield of hundreds of tribes, which requires the energy of the magician as the control center. Its power can even kill monsters above level 60. After Xu Xian exchanged a few words with Xie Hua, he picked up the list and looked at the students who were ready. Next, the students whose names I read came to the awakening instrument one by one, and put their hands on the crystal just like Master Xie did just now. Don't be nervous, just try to relax. The first one, Wang Daqian. Wang Daqian responded and stood nervously in front of the awakening instrument, placing his slightly trembling hands on the crystal. The crystal ball flashed, and Wang Daqian's body trembled imperceptibly. The magical energy in it had already completed his awakening. Information is displayed on the screen. Wang Daqian, Level 1, Occupation, Painter. The crystal ball shows the shadow of a brush. One gem lights up, Talent Level E. Wang Daqian's face turned red. His father was a painter and was dirty all day long. He once said that he would never paint anything, but this time he had no choice but to inherit his father's business. Wang Daqian's house seems to be decorated. Now I can inherit the family business, the painting shop. That's okay. Aren't there several classrooms in the school that need to be renovated? The principal will have to invite them back in person. At least it won't bring discredit to the school. When the decoration was completed and the final payment was made, it was the last lesson the school taught him. Wang Daqian walked out of the magic circle, and several classmates who were close to him comforted him. Sun Jiajia. Sun Jiajia stood nervously in front of the awakening device when her name was called. Again, the crystal ball flickered. Sun Jiajia, Level 1, Life Occupation, Female Celebrity. Talent, E Level, Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng, Level 1, Occupation, Chef. Talent, D Level. Zhang Yifeng walked off the podium with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with his career. His father was a chef, but his talent was only E Level. With his talent, he would definitely be able to surpass his father, and maybe even become a famous chef. The name comes out. Wang Yali, Ma Kongwen. One by one, the students went up to awaken. As expected, most of them were engaged in life-related occupations. And most of the talents are E-level. Occasionally there are a few auxiliary professions and main combat professions, but unfortunately they are all E-level talents, and a few D-level professions are all living professions. As for C-level and above, there are none. Xie Hua stood next to Xu Xian and shook his head slightly. It seems there will no longer be a profession with high talent. As a magister, she knew the probability of a student's awakening very clearly. Today, Linjiang Middle School produced a main combat profession with A-level talent, which is already impressive enough. The chance of another highly talented profession being produced is extremely slim. Hearing Xie Hua's words, Xu Xicheng also sighed slightly. Indeed, according to big data, more than 100 students can only produce one with B-level talent or above. There is already an A-level student in their school. Although he hopes to get another B-level or even A-level, he also understands that this idea is a bit unrealistic. Xie Hua looked at the few students behind her, and the original hope in her eyes gradually dissipated. She had always hoped to find an apprentice to inherit the mantle, but there were not many awakened auxiliary professions, and magisters were even rarer. Beg. Xu Xian was thoughtful and said immediately, "There will be fewer students this year. When there are more students next year, we can produce a magister no matter how many there are." Xie Hua glanced at him, shook his head and chuckled. Lu Yunfei. Xu Xian called another name, and this time he was looking forward to it. Lu Yunfei responded and walked onto the podium. Standing on the podium, Lu Yunfei glanced at He Chen, his eyes full of provocation. She and He Chen were both top academics and even tied for first place in the rankings several times, but overall, He Chen was still slightly ahead of her, which made Lu Yunfei very unconvinced. He Chen looked indifferent. He had never cared about his grades, let alone Lu Yunfei, who was compared with him. HMPH, I will definitely surpass you this time. Lu Yunfei said secretly, then turned around, walked to the front of the awakening device, and put his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball suddenly lit up. Xie Hua suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Yunfei blankly. This girl is very talented. The energy in the crystal ball comes from Xie Hua, so she can naturally sense it immediately. Xu Xian was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "Can you reach B level? Class B does not have such strong energy fluctuations, it should be Class A." Not only that, her magic resonates with mine, and maybe she has a similar profession. Xie Hua's eyes ignited with flames again, full of expectation. If Lu Yunfei awakens as a magician, she must quickly accept him as a disciple. An A-level magician will definitely shine in the entire Great Sha Kingdom in the future. When Xu Shicheng heard this, he immediately became excited. More than 100 students got 2 A levels. His name is Linjiang Number 1 Senior High School will definitely become famous this time. He can just wait to receive the commendation. The light of the crystal ball gradually dissipated, but in an instant, a ripple of purple light spread out and crossed everyone's faces. Xu Xian was stunned for a moment, then trembled with excitement. He understood very well what the ripples of light in the crystal ball meant. This is a strange phenomenon that only rare professions can have. A message appears on the screen. Lu Yunfei, Level 1, Rare Main Battle Profession, Dark Summoner. The gems light up one after another, and the gems representing A-level talents shine brightly. Xu Xian was extremely excited at this moment. He didn't expect that it would be another main battle profession, and there was even a rare profession. He has lost count of how many years Linjiang Middle School has not seen such a grand event. Wow, as expected of Lu Yunfei, he is actually a rare profession. And it's the main battle type. It's still an A-level talent. Oh my god. Summoner, I heard that you can summon monsters to fight for you. One person is an army. That is, a medium-sized city like ours in Linjiang can be easily destroyed by a level 60 summoner. You are talking about ordinary summoners. Lu Yunfei is a rare dark summoner, more than twice as powerful as ordinary summoners. As this genius, on the podium, Lu Yunfei's heart moved. A monster over 2 meters tall and holding a huge axe in its hand, similar to a bull-headed monster, appeared. Level 1 Elite Beast Servant. Although it was only level 1, it made all the students in the class feel a little frightened. Xie Hua also nodded slightly. Yes, the strength of this monster is comparable to that of ordinary boss monsters. Lu Yunfei's face was filled with excitement, and she walked down from the podium and returned to her seat. Xie Hua looked at her with a smile on his face. Although he was not the magister she expected, he was a rarer summoner. She was also very happy. Little girl, you will definitely shine in the future. Next to him, Xu Xian was already smiling from ear to ear. Lu Yunfei bowed slightly towards Xie Hua respectfully. Thank you for the compliment, master. All the classmates around looked at Lu Yunfei with envy. The main battle profession is already rare, and Lu Yunfei is even more rare. Putting the two together is enough to make people enviable. What's even more terrifying is that Lu Yunfei is actually an A-level talent. This is no longer just envy, but awe. Looking up at the mountains, you can't stand back. In addition, even for talents of the same level, there are high and low levels. Like Lu Yunfei, the gems representing A-level talents are so bright that even among all A-level talents, they are still among the best. In the entire Linjiang, there are no more than 10 A-level talents every year, and there are only 1 or 2 A-level talents in the main combat category every year. But rare, A-level, main battle, these are put together, let alone Linjiang City, even in the entire Shan province, there are only a handful every year. It can be said that once such a person appears, he has already reserved his place on the list of future strong men. There is a statue erected on the playground of Linjiang Number 1 Senior High School. It is a legendary figure from Linjiang Number 1 High School. It is said that he has a rare main battle profession with A-level talent. He is now an 88-level master, sitting in one side. Chen heard his name, took a deep breath, and came to the awakening instrument. Looking at Chen's profile, Lu Yunfei folded her arms in front of her chest and looked aloof. It was absolutely impossible for Chen to surpass the record she set. The excitement on Xu Xian's face had not dissipated yet, and he asked Xie Hua. Master Xie, how about this? Xie Hua raised his eyelids. Much more mature than ordinary students. Apart from that, I don't see anything else special about him. Xu Xian nodded slightly. It was because he had too much extravagant expectations. It was already a big deal for a top genius like Lu Yunfei to appear. How could another one appear so easily? But, no one can say for sure about awakening, right? At this time, as Chen put his hand on the crystal ball gradually lit up, and unlike others, it flashed and went out. The crystal ball is getting brighter and brighter, with no intention of extinguishing it. Sudden, A ripple of white light swayed from the crystal ball, and the entire classroom was filled with white light. Everyone could not open their eyes. They could only hear Xu Xian shouting excitedly. It's a vision, and it's a rare profession. Before he finished speaking, a vision suddenly appeared. The dazzling white light originally emitted from the crystal ball instantly turned black without any warning. Black light swept through the entire classroom, and everyone was blinded. Not only that, in the darkness, they seemed to hear faint cries, howls, and a kind of collapse, and the despair was like hell. Xu Xian and Xie Hua looked at this vision with astonishment on their faces. Even though they were well informed, they had never heard of such a big movement in the awakening of any profession. Definitely not a career in life, probably the main battle. I just don't know what level talent is. Under the podium, looking at such an intense and miraculous vision, Lu Yunfei bit her lip. What is this? How could it happen? This magical vision of the transformation of black and white light was much stronger than the vision she had just now, which was just a ripple of light spreading. It's okay if she doesn't accept it. What's going on? The white light just now was dazzling, but it felt so comfortable. I'm shaking from the cold. Are you cold? I'm freezing to death. What's going on? I'm dizzy. Do you feel it? I feel like my body has been hollowed out. There were whispers in the classroom, and many people felt uncomfortable under the black light. Sudden, a classmate fell and sat on the ground shouting. Did you hear it? What was it? What was it? It was so scary. It seems like a ghost. Is this hell? Following his words, more people heard whispers, howls and cries that seemed to be coming from their ears. They were far and near, and filled with terror. This sound seemed to bring out the deep fear in their hearts, and everyone couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly, all the black light disappeared and the crystal ball returned to its original state. It turned out that Chen had taken his hand away. Information is displayed on the screen. Chen, Level 1, Mutation Auxiliary Profession, Hell Controller. It's not a rare profession, but a mutated profession. Only rare professions have the possibility of mutation. After the mutation, no one knows whether they will become stronger or weaker. Since the rules of the game came to the real world, mutation professions have only appeared a few times. They are rarer than rare, and it is extremely mysterious. Not much information has leaked out at all. Without information, there is no reference. I don't know if it's strong or not, but it's rare anyway. As expected of the genius who has always controlled Lu Yunfei, he actually has a mutation-type profession. The sound just now seemed to come from hell, and now I'm still frightened. It shouldn't be. It's enough for our class to produce an A-level 1. How can we produce such a powerful one? Is there something wrong with the equipment? By the way, what is the level of Chen's talent? Thinking of this, all the students immediately looked towards the awakening instrument. On one side of the awakening instrument, the 6 gems were all lit up, shining brightly, even a little brighter than Lu Yunfei just now. S level. Everyone who saw this scene took a deep breath. On the podium, Xu Xian and Xie Hua kept staring at the 6 gems that were all lit up, and were shocked and speechless. They understand very well what S-class represents. In the history of Great Sha, you can count all the S levels that have appeared on 2 hands. A talent of this level, no matter which profession you join, will create a new path for this profession. After Chen woke up, he walked down from the podium and returned to his seat. His face was calm and there was no hint of emotion or anger. He was used to not expressing emotions on his face. After Xie Hua took a few deep breaths, finally regaining her composure, she looked across the rows of seats and looked at Chen. Your name is Chen. Chen stood up and saluted with his hands in hand. Grandmaster. Although Chen seems to be very withdrawn to ordinary people, he has always been very polite to everyone. Be courteous and keep your distance. Xie Hua said. I have only heard of the mutation profession, never seen it. Normally, with such a strong talent like yours, it should be the main combat profession, but yours is an auxiliary profession. Can you use your skills to show me what it looks like? After awakening, each professional will get the first skill, and from then on, another skill will appear every 10 levels. Upon hearing Xie Hua's request, Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll give it a try. The first time he used a skill, Chen was afraid that he couldn't control it well. He checked his system panel. Occupation: Hell Controller. Level 1, 0%. Spell strength 20. Physical strength 10. Spirit 20. Soul power 20. Physique 10. Agility 10. Strength 10. Skill 1. Realm of the Netherworld Level 1 Domain Type Skill. With itself as the center radius of 10 areas, the target in the area will be forced to reduce all attribute values by 10% and slowly drain the target's blood volume. The lower the target level, the faster the extraction speed. In terms of attributes, spell strength and soul power are obviously higher. This also shows that this profession is biased towards mages. Generally speaking, those who have fields are main combat professionals. If the auxiliary has such skills, they tend to focus on treatment and gain. But Chen is completely different. He does not take the path of gain. In his domain, the target's health will slowly decrease until it is exhausted. It's almost like a main battle profession. Especially the one that forcibly reduces all attribute values is simply too overbearing. Where has the auxiliary profession seen such arrogance? Chen activated his skills, and a dim light flickered in his eyes. Xie Hua was suddenly shrouded in a faint black light. Under Chen's control, the netherworld extended like a pool of black water, covering only her. The maximum extension distance is 10 meters. After covering Xie Hua, Chen suddenly felt a sense of fatigue. He glanced at his attribute panel. At this time, his spirit and soul attributes had both dropped by half. No wonder he felt so consumed. The reason for this is that Xie Hua's level is too high, and the huge level gap also intensifies Chen's consumption. Secondly, he has just awakened, and his attribute values are too low, making it difficult to fully utilize the power of the field. At this time, in Xie Hua's eyes, the environment she saw suddenly changed drastically. The surroundings were dim, the light was weak, and the atmosphere was filled with depression and irritability, making her feel restless. This field can actually affect emotions. Not only that, the flow of energy in her body was also slightly blocked, and she found that her attributes had dropped a lot. Xie Hua couldn't help but exclaimed, "Even I would be so affected. It's unbelievable. Is this really a supporting profession?" Not only that, Xie Hua also felt that her blood seemed to be flowing slowly. As long as there was enough time, she might even die here. It's just that it takes too long, and she doesn't use recovery methods. But it also shocked Xie Hua. She is a level 43 mage, and her strength is obvious to all. As for Chen, she had just awakened. Logically speaking, even if she stood there and let Chen attack, it would not cause any harm. With the huge level gap, it was impossible for Chen to break through her defense. But now, she was in Chen's domain, and she actually felt like she might die. This is simply outrageous. Xie Hua's figure flashed and appeared on the other side of the classroom, leaving the scope of the domain. When he looked at Chen again, there was a trace of solemnity in Xie Hua's eyes. Chen was only at level 1 and could threaten her. It was unimaginable how terrifying Chen would be when he grew up. Xie Hua nodded. Yes, there's a lot to be done. Chen accepted the territory and bowed his hands. Chen, who has taken over his domain, does not look like there is anything special about him, but if you look carefully, you will find that Chen's eyes are like two abyss, and just one look at them can make people feel fearful. Wherever Chen looked, everyone he saw shrank their necks unconsciously, and goosebumps appeared on their backs. Jiao Tianu came up to Chen and gave a thumbs up. It has to be my brother Chen. Chen smiled slightly and glanced at Jiao Tianu, which almost made Jiao Tianu furious. Brother Chen, keep your eyes away, I'm scared. Chen smiled and looked away. He had just awakened and was still a little unfamiliar with the control of his mental power. This was why he was in this situation. Brother Chen, show me the skill you just used against Master Xie. I want to try it too. Chen lowered his eyes. I advise you to give up this idea. What's wrong? I'm afraid you'll lose your life. At this time, Shu Shicheng called the last name. Jiao Tianu. Jiao Tianu immediately stood up and said to Chen. Brother Chen, when I wake up and come back, give me a try. With that said, he ran up to the podium in a flash. Chen carefully looked at the relevant descriptions of his profession and skills. He didn't look carefully just now, but now he discovered that there was a line of annotation behind the skill of Netherworld. The Hell Controller's bound skills will improve on their own as the level increases. This skill is actually a career-bound skill, and Chen does not need to use skill points to add it. As long as his level increases, the domain range and power will continue to increase. Based on this alone, Chen concluded that his mutated profession far exceeded all types of professions in the world today. Chen thought of the scene he saw when he just changed jobs. He saw an endless wilderness, with thousands of monsters pouring in like a rolling flood. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the wilderness seemed to have turned into hell. Snowflakes fell from the sky, but they were like sharp blades, cutting apart countless monsters. A black whirlwind blew from nowhere, drawing a large number of monsters into it, and smashed it into a bloody mist. Suddenly, countless flaming meteorites fell from the sky, smashed into the beast tide and exploded. Every time there was an explosion, a large area of monsters would be blown to pieces. The blood mist was swept into the sky, and even the sky turned blood red, like purgatory. It actually forcibly sucked away the blood of those monsters. Not only that, the ones that caused the greatest damage to the beast tide turned out to be the sound waves. Sound waves passed by one after another. Some monsters died violently, some were split into two halves, and some unconsciously closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep, letting the black whirlwind and meteorites smash them to death. Some monsters went crazy and started attacking their own kind. Wherever the sound wave passed, blood flowed into a river, and not a single blade of grass grew. On the other side, blood-colored thin lines penetrated into the bodies of a group of seriously injured humans. The injuries that were originally deep enough to be seen in the bones healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dying people gradually opened their eyes. In the end, the tide of beasts that was originally like a flood disappeared completely. Not even a complete corpse of the beast was left behind, and there were stumps and broken arms everywhere. This scene made Chen understand how terrifying the profession of Hell Controller is. Within the realm, all living beings bow their heads. Yes, he is an auxiliary profession. He can forcibly absorb the target's health points to heal his own troops. But if you really want to fight, even if you are a few levels higher than Chen, you will not be his opponent. Within the domain, the attribute values are forcibly reduced, plus various negative buffs that interfere with it. Unless your strength far exceeds Chen, otherwise falling into his realm is the only way to die. And he is in a realm that is invulnerable to all forces. On the podium, the crystal ball lit up again, and Jiao Tianu's job transfer was completed. Jiao Tianu, Level 1, Main Combat Occupation, Heavy Shield Warrior. Talent, B level. Although it was not what he expected, becoming a giant sword knight, it was not much different, and it was still very cool. The heavy shield warrior can condense shields on his two arms, which can be used both offensively and defensively. He is an out-and-out humanoid tank. Seeing that the last student, another B-level student with the main battle profession, Xu Xian's smile turned crooked. Jiao Tianu trotted back to his seat excitedly and said to Chen, "How about it, Brother Chen, am I good?" Chen showed a smile and gave a thumbs up. Sharp. The heavy shield warrior is more defensive and has impressive attack power. He is a very popular frontline melee profession. Jiao Tianu laughed. Brother Chen, we can team up to go to the secret realm. You leave the realm and I'll charge inside. If gods stand in the way, they will kill gods. If they stand in the way of Buddha, they will kill Buddha. My heavy shield is already thirsty. Jiao Tianu kept chattering, and the students around him were also envious. Xu Xian had already asked someone to move the awakening equipment away. He stood in front of the podium and looked at the students below with bright eyes. His heart was racing. This time he went to Linjiang No. 1 Senior High School, and a total of 142 students were awakened. Among them, Chen had a mutated profession. 23 students are in main combat occupations and 31 students are in auxiliary occupations. The rest are lifestyle categories. In terms of talent, Chen is S level, 2 are A level, 1 is B level, 4 are C level, and the rest are D level and E level. This ratio made Xu Xicheng very happy. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School's performance was not good last year. As the principal, he was very embarrassed. This time he felt proud. Students, everyone is awake. No matter what profession you are in, you should try your best to improve your level. In life-related professions, you can still make achievements in your own field. Starting from tomorrow, the door to the secret realm of our school will be open to you. You can enter the secret realm and fight real monsters. At the same time, there will also be combat teachers who will impart their experience in actual combat to you. In half a month, it will be the day of the unified examination. I wish everyone in advance that they can enter their ideal university. The secret realms open to the school are all low-level secret realms suitable for novices. The monsters inside are only at level 10 at most. Most of the monsters on the edge of the secret realm are only 1 or 2 levels. Therefore, the risk factor is extremely low and is suitable for novices to level up. Of course, the school has also prepared an intermediate secret realm for some top students. The monsters in it can be up to level 20. Even some monsters in fringe areas are above level 5. The number is also much greater than that of low-level secret realms. After school, Chen and Jiao Tianu were walking together when someone suddenly blocked their way. It was Lu Yunfei. Seeing Lu Yunfei's unkind eyes, Jiao Tianu shrank his neck and asked, "This beauty, is she robbing wealth?" Facing Jiao Tianu's inquiry, Lu Yunfei gave him a straightforward answer. "Roll, good." Jiao Tianu shrank his neck and walked away wisely. Lu Yunfei is tall, has a delicate face, and a pair of charming eyes. She is recognized as the school belle of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. But Chen was no worse than her, with his angular face full of masculinity. Moreover, Chen was a head taller than her. Because the two people were too close now, Lu Yunfei had to look up at Chen. "Chen, I want to compete with you." Chen looked at her strangely. "How does your main profession compare to my auxiliary profession?" These words made Lu Yunfei gnash his teeth angrily. She had witnessed her performance in class with her own eyes. Chen's field could even affect level 43 Magister Xie Hua. How dare he pretend in front of her? If she was trapped in the field, it would be even worse. Chen could knock her down with his bare hands. "Chen, do you dare to compare your unified examination scores with me?" Chen's grades were good, but he never cared about them, let alone compared them with his grades. "Oh," Chen responded and continued walking around Lu Yunfei. Such disregard made Lu Yunfei stomp her feet angrily. "Chen, I will definitely beat you this time." Lu Yunfei originally thought that with his rare main battle profession and A-level talent, he would be firmly ranked first in Linjiang City. But she didn't expect that Chen could completely crush her with just an S-level talent, let alone a mutant profession that was rarer than rare. Not only did she lose, she was also pushed to the ground and rubbed. But she refused. "You can't always lose, right?" Chen returned home. There were steaming meals on the table. His sensible sister was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. When she heard a sound, her little head popped out. "Brother, go wash your hands quickly, the food will be ready soon." Chen smiled knowingly, feeling warm in his heart. In his previous life, he was alone. After traveling to this world, he and his sister depended on each other. Inheriting the original memory, he and his sister have a deep relationship. The life of the brother and sister is happy and warm. "I smell the aroma of braised pork ribs. Your cooking skills have improved." After returning home, Chen began to talk more unconsciously. He and his sister lived a somewhat tight life, and they could not eat meat even once a month. It seemed that his sister knew that today was the day when he awakened, so she made a special meal for him. Just after washing his hands, before Chen could sit down, there was a knock on the door outside. Chen opened the door and was surprised to find that it was Aunt Wang downstairs. Aunt Wang was holding a bag of fruit and handed it over with a smile when she saw Chen. "Chen, I heard that he awakened today. What is his profession?" Chen nodded and said politely, "Thank you Aunt Wang for your concern. I am awakening to the auxiliary profession." Aunt Wang's eyes lit up. "Auxiliary occupation. That's not bad. You will find a stable job in the future. The salary is not low. You two brothers and sisters have been dependent on each other for so many years and have gone through so many hard times. You have finally made it through." Chen smiled and said nothing more. Aunt Wang gave a few more instructions, telling Chen to take a good rest before taking the unified examination, and then left. Over the years, Aunt Wang has taken great care of the two brothers and sisters. However, the family has no financial resources and life is still difficult. For this reason, my sister has planned to give up the idea of going to high school and work early. The reason for this is because my sister has no chance of being an awakened person at all. 10 years ago, hundreds of tribes rioted on the battlefield, secret realms were opened one after another, and the Great Xia Empire encountered a huge crisis. Linzhong was attacked by monsters. He Yu, who was still a baby at the time, was severely injured and almost died. Although the injury was cured later, the poison of the monster remained in his body. At that time, a great mage from the province said that He Yu would never be able to awaken in his life. Over the years, He Yu has long accepted this fact, so facing the family's financial difficulties, she resolutely chose to give up her studies and planned to start working so that her brother could go to college. Chen still remembered the tearful eyes of this extremely strong little girl. "Oh, stupid brother, it doesn't matter if Yu doesn't go to school. He won't become a professional anyway. My brother is so good. If he becomes a very powerful professional in the future, Yu will be very happy." For so many years, Chen has been searching for ways to treat his sister's injuries, and finally got the news that it was Yanqing University. In Yanqing University, there is an old professor who has never been born. He is a level 80 auxiliary profession, a holy light believer. Most of the skills of this profession are for gain and treatment, and this old professor's bottom of the box skill is called Nirvana. It is said that this skill can make anyone reborn and reshape their body. This skill is very likely to cure He Yu and make He Yu a professional. It's a pity that the old professor lived in seclusion and had a very deep background. He couldn't hire someone with money. Chen inquired in many ways, but to no avail. So he decided that he must be admitted to Yanqing University and personally ask the old professor to treat He Yu. He did not tell his sister this, because he knew that her sister would not bear him carrying so much. He is working hard secretly. Over the years, Chen spoke less and less. Because he would not consider anything that had nothing to do with getting admitted to Yanqing University. After dinner, Chen wanted to wash the dishes, but his sister pushed him out and told him to have a good rest before taking the unified examination. Chen had no choice but to go back to his room. Sitting in front of the desk, Chen unconsciously rubbed the black ring on his index finger. It was the only thing he brought with him when he traveled through time. Suddenly, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System activation, host detection. Bind host successfully, retrieve host-related information. Strengthening the profession, strengthening skills, strengthening talents, strengthening successful. Host, please check it yourself. Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately opened his properties panel. All of his attributes have increased by 50%, which is basically equivalent to the second to third level attribute standards of some main combat professions. What has changed even more is his talents and skills. Talent level, SSS. For the first time, Chen knew that there were more talents than S-level talents. But if he were tested with today's awakening instrument, he would still be S, because the highest detection level of the awakening instrument is S-level. Skill, Realm of the Netherworld, Yellow Spring. The realm of the Netherworld ranges 20x20. The host is invincible in the domain. Creatures that die in the domain will turn into undead and become the contract object of the host, attacking the target. The contract object cannot be killed in the domain. Upper limit, 10. The number of contract objects is 10 plus the number of levels. Seeing this piece of information, even Chen, who had always been calm, was filled with shock. The areas that have been strengthened by the system can be said to be completely different from before. The most obvious point is that it has changed from a purely negative buff field to a field with independent attack power. Creatures that die in his domain can also turn into undead and fight for him. In other words, if Chen found a level 100 dying monster now, covered it with a domain, and when the monster died and turned into an undead, Chen would basically be able to walk away sideways. But it's a pity that level 100 monsters have never been heard of even on the battlefield of hundreds of tribes. If Naj really reaches this level, Chen may be broken into pieces just by sneezing, so Chen can only think about it. However, the domain continued to improve as Chen's level increased, and the number of undead in the domain also continued to increase. If there are too many ants, the elephant will be killed. As long as the more undead creatures he contracts, he will be able to fight across levels. In addition, when encountering powerful monsters, he can just replace them, so that the team of undead creatures he contracts will continue to grow stronger. In addition, Chen is immortal as long as he stays in the realm. The field's mandatory attribute weakening of the target by 10% and the slow drain of health remain unchanged. Slowly extracting health points is a very overbearing and completely unreasonable entry property setting. Even the most powerful people or monsters cannot resist it. It's just that the more powerful it is, the slower it is extracted. While in the classroom, Xie entered his own domain. At that time, Chen had a feeling that as long as Xie stayed in the domain, his own domain might kill her. However, it will take an extremely long time. In addition, with Xie's level, she could easily escape the scope of the domain and fight head-on. Chen had no chance of winning. Therefore, being able to kill Xie only exists in theory. Of course, Chen is not discouraged. After all, he is only at the first level now. When he reaches a higher level, it is still unclear who will win and who will lose. When he came back to his senses, Chen found that the ring on his hand was broken. He suddenly understood that he had never expected that he would bring the system with him when he came. There was a sudden noise outside. Chen opened the window and looked around. He saw a group of people dragging a large iron cage into the community. There were several cars behind them, each with an iron cage. The first large iron cage contains a magical beast with long tusks and a body weight of about 300 kilograms, a level 4 steel-haired pig. Next it is the chef of a hotel. They often buy magical beasts as ingredients. Some bounty hunters also use it as food. This is a living Warcraft. Chen suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he suppressed his excitement. With a thought in his heart, the domain turned into a thin line and extended past. He lived on the second floor, and the distance was just enough. Under the cover of the night, the domain covered the dying monster. 10 minutes later, Chen took back his domain, and there was a dark shadow in his domain. The shape of this black shadow looks exactly like the steel-haired pig that was just killed, except that it is darker in color and has become a lot darker. The body is also dyed with black hair, and only a pair of pupils are blood red. Just looking at it can send chills all over your body. Chen looked at its data again. LV.4 Ghost Steel Pig. Strength, 89. Agility, 33. Physique, 48. Spirit, 16. Skill, Savage Crash. Chen thought for a moment, turned on his phone and searched for information about general steel-haired pigs. After comparison, he found that after the steel-haired pig of the same level became a ghost in the field, all attributes dropped by about 1/3. This level 4 steel-haired pig ghost is only slightly stronger than the level 3 steel-haired pig. But this is normal. After all, he turned into a ghost and his strength was damaged within an acceptable range. Chen was very satisfied with this data. And the ghosts in it will gradually become stronger as his field improves, and one day, he may even surpass the original creature. There was another movement outside. Chen looked out of the window. Unexpectedly, the hotel's back kitchen brought over a few more monsters, but the levels were not high, and several of them were dying, and a few were already dead. Vaguely, Chen heard someone talking about someone getting married tomorrow and having a banquet. Nowadays, few people raise livestock anymore. The source of human meat mainly relies on secret realms. There are 4 secret realms on the outskirts of Linjiang. Many bounty hunters enter them to hunt World of Warcraft, and there are merchants outside who specialize in purchasing them. The meat quality of Warcraft varies, some are unpalatable, but some are very delicious. Because there is a little magic power in it, it can nourish the body after eating it. Basically, the higher the level of the monster, the higher the magic power contained in its flesh and blood. Some wealthy people hold big banquets on important occasions, and World of Warcraft meat is indispensable. Chen's lips curled up. I was really sleepy and wanted to give him a pillow. In that case, he was not polite and accepted them all. The domain extended again, and when it was retracted, there were 6 more black shadows in Chen's domain. The highest level among them is a fire-patterned tiger, but unfortunately it is not an adult. An adult fire-patterned tiger can reach level 20, but this fire-patterned tiger is only level 10. Even so, Chen's strength has greatly increased. LV.10 Ghost Fire Pattern Tiger. Power, 269. Agility, 87. Physique, 136. Spirit, 47. Bloodline skill, Flying Fire Meteor. Skill, Burning Sky. Compared with the Fire Pattern Tiger, the other monsters are not worth mentioning, they are almost like steel-haired pigs. The more Chen watched, the more satisfied he became. According to preliminary estimates, even if he met an ordinary level 10 monster one-on-one, he would still be sure to win. With the blessing of the domain, the Ghost Fire Pattern Tiger is even more powerful when facing the same level of monsters. In addition, Chen also has a strong intuition. After the system has strengthened his field, he has more mysterious abilities that need to be developed by him. Chen yawned. Chen had just released his domain and absorbed so many ghosts of World of Warcraft, but now Chen's mental attributes had dropped to the lowest value. Restoring mental power is also very simple. You can do it by sleeping or meditating. This is a course taught in school. However, meditation can also slowly increase mental attributes. Immediately, Chen simply washed up, returned to bed, sat cross-legged upright, and began to meditate. Early the next morning, Chen opened his eyes on time. There was a message on the phone from Jiao Tianu. He was waiting for Chen to enter the secret realm together. Chen got up, washed up, grabbed some dry food for breakfast, and then rushed to school immediately. Several teachers from the school were already waiting here, and many students gathered on the playground, looking for teammates. The students waiting here are already overcrowded and bustling, about 700 to 800 people. However, most of them are professionals, accounting for 3/4. Life professionals also need to upgrade. The last time in school is their last benefit. If they want to upgrade after graduation, they have to spend money to hire a team from the Warriors Guild to take them into the secret realm. There are a total of 12 middle schools in Linjiang, but only Linjiang number 1 middle school and no 2 middle school have secret realms. Therefore, except for the professionals who awakened yesterday from Linjiang number 1 middle school, the others here are all students from outside schools. Chen, I'm here. Jiao Tianu waved to Chen and ran over with a happy face, accompanied by a girl with twin tails and a childish face. Chen, let me introduce you. This is Guo Xiaoxiao. She is a professional phantom assassin with AC level talent. She wants to join our team. Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the harmless and even shy girl in front of him turned out to be the main assassination profession like phantom assassin. Very different from how she feels. Hello, I am Guo Xiaoxiao. The girl's face turned a little red and she secretly glanced at Chen. She already knows that Chen is the professional with S-level talent who caused a sensation in Linjiang yesterday, and it is said that he is also a mutation-type profession. Chen nodded and agreed to Sun Xiaoxiao joining the team. Guo Tianu was a heavy shield warrior who focused on strength and defense, while Sun Xiaoxiao's phantom assassin focused on speed and had good attack power and stealth, which just made up for their team's shortcomings. Many students around looked at this side frequently, with no concealment of envy in their eyes. After all, a team with 2 main battle professions was already rare, not to mention that Chen's team was very talented. The only one that can compare with Chen's team is Lu Yunfei's team. She actually brought another A-level talent who awakened yesterday, a classmate from the archer profession, into the team. 2 A-level talents are the main battle profession. This kind of the strength is beyond the reach of other teams. For other teams, the highest talent level is B-level. Because each team must have a main combat profession, many of the remaining life professions can only be led by teachers. They will simply learn the skills of fighting monsters, and will be sent out of the secret realm when they reach level 3. At this time, several middle-aged people gathered together at the entrance of the secret realm, including Xu Xian. Xu Xian laughed loudly. Lu Yunfei, Chen, and Meng Yu are indeed outstanding. It seems that this year, Yanjing Academy and Lin number 1 middle school, will reserve 3 places. Lu Yunfei, the third young lady of the Lu family. I know Meng Yu. He is the son of Deputy Mayor Meng of the Executive Office. Chen, this name is a bit unfamiliar. I haven't heard of it before. It is true that he is unknown and not a child of a big family, but his S-level talent is really scary. There are only 2 S-level students in Daxia Kingdom who have awakened this year. Xu Xian said calmly. He Chen is not an ordinary auxiliary profession. He is a rare among rare, a mutation-type auxiliary profession. Mutation. Oh my god, how many years has it been since the entire Great Xia Kingdom had a mutation profession? Here, Jiao Tianu has registered with the teacher, the team has been officially established, and He Chen is the captain. Everyone who has registered, please line up to enter the secret realm. Many students moved upon hearing the sound and gathered towards the secret realm number 123. Jiao Tianu said. Brother Chen, let's go there too. Which secret realm are you going to? The secret realms number 1, 2 and 3 are actually low-level secret realms. It doesn't matter which one you choose, but He Chen didn't move. Following He Chen's gaze, Jiao Tianu's expression gradually became strange. Brother Chen, you don't want to enter the intermediate secret realm, do you? That's right, He Chen planned to enter the intermediate secret realm. Originally, he wanted to play it safe and start from the low-level secret realm, but his strength increased greatly last night. How could he value the pitiful experience points of the low-level secret realm? Starting from the intermediate secret realm is the correct way to open it. Seeing that He Chen had no intention of joking, Jiao Tianu swallowed hard. Brother Chen, are we really going to the intermediate secret realm? He Chen nodded. If you are afraid, you can go to the low-level secret realm first. I will wait for you in the intermediate secret realm. Ha ha ha, just kidding, how can I, Jiao Tianu, be afraid? I am a heavy shield warrior, with high defense and thick blood, I can't kill Xiao Chang. It could be seen that Jiao Tianu's smile was a little forced. That's good. He Chen nodded and stopped talking. Jiao Tianu's smile became even more bitter. He had never heard of anyone who dared to challenge the intermediate secret realm just after awakening. In the intermediate secret realm, the lowest level of monsters is level 5. A little further in, there are many level 10 monsters. Generally speaking, if you have not reached level 10, you will not consider the intermediate secret realm at all. The safe point needs to be around level 15. If he goes in now, is he looking for abuse? However, Jiao Tianu suddenly understood when he remembered that He Chen was going to be admitted to Yanqing University. As the highest academic institution in Daxia, Yanqing Academy has extremely high standards. Only when you reach level 15 can you have hope. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the person who was admitted to Yanqing University in Linzhong a few years ago was a grade 16 student. In low-level secret realms, most of the monsters are below level 5, and there are very few above level 5. It would be impossible to reach level 15 in low-level secret realms in less than half a year. If you want to level up quickly, you can only enter the intermediate secret realm. Seeing that He Chen had made up his mind, Jiao Tianu finally gritted his teeth. Okay, I'm done, I'll go crazy with you, the intermediate level will be the intermediate level. He seemed to be afraid that he would regret it, so he immediately went to get 3 talismans. These talismans could be activated at critical moments to form a protective shield to block the attacks of monsters until the school teacher rescued him. But there is only one per person. Afterwards, the 3 of them entered the secret realm. There is a valley in the secret realm, with jagged rocks everywhere. When you enter the valley, you will encounter monsters. Because of the terrain, you must constantly kill monsters if you want to move forward. There is no possibility of trickery. He Chen has already read the guide. The monsters in the valley area are all within level 10. After leaving, the monsters' level will increase by 1 level. This is equivalent to a novice village. There was some noise behind him. He Chen looked back and saw that Lu Yunfei was also leading the team in. And she looked at him provocatively. He Chen's lips curled up. It's good to be competitive, but sometimes you have to suffer. Lu Yunfei came to He Chen's side and raised her chin. Our competition starts now. He Chen was noncommittal. He only cares about 2 things now, one is to go to Yanqing University, and the other is to get the first place in Linzhong in the unified examination results and get scholarships from the school and the city so that his sister can go to school. Others are not within the scope of his consideration. Lu Yunfei had already taken the lead to leave the safe area. He Chen gestured to Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao, and the 3 of them also walked in. This is a valley, shaped like a gourd mouth, and the outer area is quite large. He Chen and the others just walked in and looked around. There were strange rocks and big trees everywhere, but no monsters were seen. Chen said to the two of them, Jiao Tianu, Guo Xiaoxiao, you two go separately to find the monster. Once you find it, bring it to me immediately. Jiao Tianu was stunned for a moment. Why did you bring him here? Chen looked at him speechlessly. Of course I'm going to lure him here and kill him. Jiao Tianu was a little confused. Are you here to kill? If not, now Jiao Tianu finally understood. Co-writer Chen became the main player, and the two of them became assistants. No, Guo Xiaoxiao and I are the main battlers. Is it wrong? Jiao Tianu was about to reconfirm, but Chen interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I'm the captain, listen to me. Hearing this, Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao looked at each other, and the two had no choice but to nod. Immediately, the two of them headed in one direction. Chen didn't move, but his mental power had spread out. With just one thought, the realm would appear immediately. Soon, a roar came, and Jiao Tianu took the lead in finding a brown bear-like monster. LV.6 Violent Bear. Every time the brown bear pounced on him, he used his shield to fend it off, and he was also staggered by the impact. After all, Jiao Tianu is only at the first level now. If he were at the same level, with the professional advantage of a heavy shield warrior, he would be able to fight head-on and would not be afraid of such a monster at all. Jiao Tianu resisted the attack of the violent bear while running towards Chen. When the violent bear entered the domain, Chen shouted in his heart. Rise. Dark and oppressive, desolate and lonely, with bursts of wailing, a hell-like scene shrouded the violent bear. Jiao Tianu walked out of the secret realm and watched a group of black shadows like ghosts surrounding the violent bear, especially a monster that resembled a fire-patterned tiger. It was extremely ferocious. The violent bear was killed as soon as they met, and Jiao Tianu's face was covered with blood. Stiffened. He struggled several times before swallowing his saliva. Be good, Chen, is this the true power of your field? Jiao Tianu felt chills running down his back when he thought of yesterday, when he asked Chen to cover him with his domain, but was rejected by Chen. Brother Chen still loves me. Even a level 6 violent bear couldn't survive a confrontation. If he went in, wouldn't he be killed instantly? Little did he know that the presence of these ghosts in Chen's domain happened entirely last night. Successfully kill the violent bear, experience plus 120. A prompt sounded in their ears at the same time, and at the same time, both of them were promoted to level 2. The first level upgrade only requires 100 experience points, and the second level requires 300 experience points. Jiao Tianu looked happy. Sure enough, there is meat to eat with Brother Chen. I have just entered the secret realm and have been promoted to a level. If I were in a low-level secret realm, I am afraid it will take a day or two to get there. He was overjoyed. After witnessing Chen's strength, he could boldly lure monsters this time. As soon as Jiao Tianu left, Guo Xiaoxiao came back. Behind him there was the sound of flapping wings and bursts of strange cries. Chen took a look and saw that they were actually a group of human-faced owls. Although the human-faced owls are only at level 5, they are all in groups. Under a group attack, even ordinary level 10 monsters have to retreat. There were at least 7 or 8 human-faced owls chasing Guo Xiaoxiao. This girl, who looks harmless to humans and animals, is actually so capable of causing trouble. However, Chen was very happy. What he wants is someone who can cause trouble. Immediately, Chen released the domain again, covering all the human-faced owls. Guo Xiaoxiao, who was still in shock, came to Chen's side with a slight apology on his face. I'm sorry, Chen. I don't know why there are so many people. I'm going to find Jiao Tianu right now. Let's go into your territory and help you kill the man-faced owl. Without a human shield like Jiao Tianu in front of her, she really didn't dare to fight these human-faced owls. However, Chen said calmly. Need not. Guo Xiaoxiao looked a little weird. Did Chen want her to kill so many face-faced owls by herself? Doesn't this mean she is going to die? However, as soon as this idea came up, there was a sound in my ears. Kill the human-faced owl, experience value plus 80. Kill the human-faced owl, experience value plus 80. Guo Xiaoxiao turned around and saw a group of monsters with black aura surrounding them, especially a fire-patterned tiger, which was so fierce that it almost took one bite at a time. A few minutes later, He Chen closed the territory, and there were 7 or 8 broken corpses of human-faced owl on the ground. Guo Xiaoxiao's brain is in a down state. This is finished. After such a wave, the levels of He Chen and Guo Xiaoxiao were directly upgraded to level 3. The third level requires 900 experience points. This was the first time she had heard of this upgrade speed, and it happened to her. He Chen's strength refreshed her understanding. Is this still an auxiliary? Who is the assistant? This efficiency is simply ridiculously high. The most outrageous thing is that she didn't take any action from the beginning to the end. It was He Chen who killed these monsters. She seems to be the kind who relies on experience. Who is the main battler? After calming down, Guo Xiaoxiao finally understood the reason why He Chen entered the intermediate secret realm. With this kind of strength, if you go to a low-level secret realm, it is no different than a waste of time. At the same time, she was also very lucky that she had followed the right team. Not long after she came in, she distanced herself from the others. For the unified examination in half a month, the first-class university was already confirmed. Even, if possible, she could impact some of the top universities in the country. Guo Xiaoxiao was filled with joy and went to attract monsters again. On the other side, Lu Yunfei, Meng Yu, and a 4-man team with 2 auxiliary professions all upgraded to level 2 after relying on the terrain advantage to kill 2 level 5 monsters. Before they could be happy, another level 7 monster, the Ice Wolf, appeared. Now, although all 4 of them have been upgraded, they are all exhausted and can only retreat while fighting. On the way, Lu Yunfei saw Jiao Tianu being chased by a violent bear, and he suddenly smiled contemptuously. He Chen, you even broke up the team, how can you compare with me? In her opinion, Jiao Tianu was the only one here. He relied on his professional advantage to withstand the attack of the violent bear. It was obvious that the team was scattered after encountering the warcraft. In this way, the team's advantage will be gone, the combat effectiveness will plummet, and the talisman will probably be activated soon, waiting for the teacher to come to the rescue. Out of good intentions, she took the initiative to lead the team over to help Jiao Tianu share the pressure. But he didn't expect that Jiao Tianu wouldn't appreciate it. Hey, what are you doing? Don't interfere with me attracting monsters. Lu Yunfei pouted. Sure enough, those who could be on the same team as He Chen were all smelly and hard stones from the latrine. They were already in such a mess. Why should they be so harsh? Just run away and attract monsters. Just when she was about to taunt Jiao Tianu, she unexpectedly heard the roars of several more monsters. Lu Feifei looked up and saw that they were actually a group of human-faced owls. There were more than a dozen human-faced owls in this group. In front of them, Guo Xiaoxiao was running away in a panic. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces turned pale instantly, including Lu Feifei. I'm really going to be killed by you. Guo Xiaoxiao broke into her team without any explanation, and then she took a breath. Quick, run, Brother Chen is waiting. There was no way, Lu Yunfei and others could only retreat while fighting. Several human-faced owls swooped down, and their sharp claws left deep wounds on her arms, and blood immediately poured out. Others were not having a good time either, and their injuries gradually increased. Fortunately, they finally waited until He Chen arrived. He Chen saw another group of human-faced owls, and there were actually more than a dozen of them, followed by a violent bear and an ice wolf, with a strange look on their faces. Have these people stabbed the monster den? He Chen immediately opened the domain, covering everyone and the monsters, and then opened a gap to let Lu Yunfei, Jiao Tianu and others come out. Don't be stunned, find a good position and kill the monsters that leak out. Seeing those people motionless, He Chen said coldly. There are a lot of monsters this time, so it is inevitable that none will escape the scope of the domain. Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao immediately found their positions. They each stood in a corner, staring at the monster enveloped by He Chen's domain. Lu Feifei said, He Chen, don't hold on, let's run. As long as we get out of the secret realm, we'll be fine. We can come back in after we recover from our injuries. He Chen ignored her, his calm face unmoved. Seeing that she was being ignored, Lu Yunfei stamped her feet angrily and looked towards the field. When she saw it, she was stunned. In He Chen's field, there were more than a dozen black shadows similar to those of Warcraft. These shadows were biting and fighting with the intruding warcraft, and they looked completely crazy. Chen is now at level 13, and there are 13 ghost monsters in the domain. The ghost violent bear was defeated by the real violent bear. After a struggle, it was smashed to pieces with a palm. But soon, the black energy gathered and gathered again, joining the battlefield again without stopping. Soon, the sound of a monster being killed rang in everyone's ears. However, because there were many people this time, the experience points assigned to each person were not much. There are fewer and fewer monsters in the field, but the ghost monsters have remained unchanged. The ice wolf breathed out a cold breath and froze the 3 black shadows. Then with one claw, the 3 ghostly warcraft human-faced owls shattered on the ground like ice cubes, but immediately, 5 more ghostly warcraft human-faced owls appeared. The owl pounced on the ice wolf. Several injured human-faced owls rushed out of the field by mistake. Jiao Tianu laughed and rushed forward. He gathered a heavy shield with his arm and slammed it down. The 2 human-faced owls, which were already seriously injured, were immediately smashed into meat patties. A human-faced owl with an injured wing stumbled out of the field. A shadow flashed past. Guo Xiaoxiao appeared in front of the human-faced owl. The dagger condensed with magic power in his hand pierced the human-faced owl's heart. As the ice wolf fell, the battle came to an end. Lu Feifei and the others watched the performance of Chen's team with their mouths agape throughout. Thanks to the glory of Chen's team, the members of Lu Yunfei's team have all been promoted to level 1 again, and now all members are level 3. Jiao Tianu came over and said with a somewhat dissatisfied expression, "I'll let you guys take advantage of it this time. Don't come together to take advantage of us next time. We also have a hard time fighting monsters." Lu Yunfei was going crazy. "Why did you work so hard? Why didn't I see you? I saw you staying outside Chen's field to pick up things." Then, she looked at Chen with complicated eyes. Their team had to flee in panic when faced with an ice wolf, but Chen's team was able to deal with such a large group of monsters with basically no injuries. To be precise, Chen solved it alone. When did the gap in strength between her and Chen become so big? Chen's team had already found a place to rest. Lu Yunfei bit her lip and finally suppressed all her questions. After looking at her teammates who had just been upgraded and all of them were beaming with joy, Lu Feifei waved her hand and said, "Find a place to rest and set off in 2 hours." Now that all members of her team are at level 3, it would not be a waste to encounter a level 5 monster again. On the other side, Jiao Tianu looked dissatisfied. Chen is now at level 5, Guo Xiaoxiao is at level 4, and he is only at level 3. If Lu Yunfei's team hadn't come here to gain experience, I would have reached level 4. Chen had also spent a lot of energy in the battle just now. Releasing the domain and restoring the ghost monsters all consumed his mental energy. Chen said, "Hurry up and rest. In 2 hours, we will enter the valley." Jiao Tianu glanced angrily at Lu Yunfei, but followed Chen's arrangement and sat down to rest. Chen glanced at his panel. Name, Chen. Level, 532%. Spell strength, 175. Physical strength, 44. Spirit, 27 160ths. Soul power, 43. Physique, 72. Agility, 91. Strength, 50. Skill, Nether Realm, Yellow Spring, level 5 currently can accommodate contracted objects, 15/15. All attributes have been greatly improved, especially the mage aspect, which was expected by Chen. However, there was one thing that surprised him. That is too much improvement. Generally speaking, the attributes of level 5 professionals will not exceed 100, but Chen has 2 items that exceed 100, and are even close to 200. It seems that it is because of the strength of his talent. After being blessed by the system, he is an SSS level talent, and his various attributes are naturally far ahead of professionals with ordinary talents. In addition, the level of talent has the most direct impact on the level of skill comprehension and the improvement of skill proficiency. Chen's first skill is his natal skill, which does not need to be upgraded to reach full power. Jiao Tianu, what is your skill proficiency level? Chen suddenly asked. Speaking of this, Jiao Tianu looked happy. My skill proficiency is already 17%. In addition to level improvement, skill proficiency can also increase strength, and the other items are equipment, etc. Where are you, Guo Xiaoxiao? My proficiency has reached 22%. Chen nodded slightly, quite satisfied. As the two teammates become stronger, the success rate and safety of attracting monsters can be improved, and they can also enter the field to assist him in the battle. As the levels of the monsters encountered become higher and higher, the advantage of Chen's ghost monsters will gradually decrease. It is necessary to let Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao, the two main battle professions, enter the field to participate in the battle. And he was responsible for assisting. After all, he is just an assistant. Although the further you get to the back, the advantage of the ghost monster will become smaller. But that is for the future. Now the ghost monster group still has crushing attack power against ordinary monsters. Moreover, as long as Chen continues to replace ghost monsters and replace low-level ones with high-level ones, the advantage will always exist. So next, Chen can't just focus on those low-level monsters. While leveling up, he should also pay attention to looking for high-level monsters. Currently, the highest level monster in Chen's domain is the fire-patterned tiger, followed by the ice wolf, 2 violent bears, and a steel-haired pig. The rest are all human-faced owls. These monsters take physical attack, magic attack, defense, and speed into account, with almost no shortcomings. After meditating for 2 hours, Chen's mental power was mostly restored. The rest could be recovered slowly while searching for the monster, which would save the most time. Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao had almost rested. The three of them got up and walked towards the valley. Lu Yunfei's team was also well rested, and simple minor injuries quickly recovered under the treatment of the nanny-type auxiliary profession. Seeing Chen's team heading towards the valley, Lu Yunfei opened her mouth, intending to cooperate with Chen's team. After seeing Chen's fighting style, she now understood the strategic approach of Chen's team. The two main battles attract monsters, and then Chen's domain strangles them. She wanted to say that if she cooperated with her team, she would be able to attract more monsters. After all, her team was the best in terms of numbers and strength. But when the words came to her lips, Lu Yunfei was unable to say them out in the end. She thought of Jiao Tianu's disgusted look. Although Chen didn't speak, in her opinion, this represented Chen's default attitude. HMPH. Chen, don't be complacent for too long. Now we are all at level 3, and our strength has reached 2 levels. The upgrade speed will not be slower than yours. This time, I will definitely surpass you. Then, she waved her hand and led the team into the valley from another direction. After Chen's team entered the valley, the level of the monsters they encountered increased. At this time, they encountered a pack of 8 ice wolves. The leading wolf king had reached level 12. Facing such a pack of wolves, even Chen didn't dare to trust him. He released his domain and fought with Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao relying on the favorable terrain. Jiao Tianu, break the formation of the wolves for me. Chen shouted. Jiao Tianu condensed golden shields into his arms, and he was like a tank, charging into the wolf pack. The ice wolf is a warcraft with relatively balanced attributes. Its physical strength and power are still inferior to those of the violent bear. In addition, the realm of the netherworld unreasonably weakens the attributes by 10%. Therefore, these cold wolves or ice wolf, for a moment, really couldn't do anything to Jiao Tianu. After the team was dispersed, the group of ghost monsters pounced on them, further dividing the wolves so that they could fight independently and not be able to gather together to launch a charge. Guo Xiaoxiao is like a fish in water in Chen's field. When he activates the Phantom Assassin's innate skills, he looks like a phantom, appearing suddenly from time to deliver a fatal attack to the ice wolf. Seeing that the wolves were unable to defeat a few humans for a long time, and even the ice wolves had been damaged, the Wolf King finally couldn't sit still. However, as soon as it broke into the field, it noticed something was wrong. Its own strength seemed to be suppressed. Just as it was about to exit, a figure stood in front of it. It was Chen. Chen looked at it with a smile, accompanied by a fire-patterned tiger with a hint of black aura on his body. The Wolf King was worthy of being the Wolf King. The moment he saw Chen, he breathed out a breath of ice. Chen was shrouded in the breath of ice, but the expression on his face did not change. His side gradually faded and appeared in another direction. In the domain, Chen is invincible. Unless the domain is broken, no harm can be done to him. It's just so unreasonable. The fire-patterned tiger had already pounced forward, suppressing the Wolf King under him, biting wildly, spitting out flames from its mouth, and fighting against the Wolf King's ice breath. The two monsters rolled and roared. The overall strength of the ice wolves is indeed good. Chen can no longer crush them like before, and it also highlights the weakness of the auxiliary, that is, he does not have powerful attack skills. But this is only temporary. Chen saw it when he awakened. As the level increases, he will have a sonic attack skill behind him, which will be a powerful trump card for him. Gradually, as several ice wolves were killed, Jiao Tianu also reached the 4th level. He took full advantage of the tank. Wherever the ice wolves passed, those who were hit were turned upside down. Jiao Tianu's arrogant laughter was everywhere on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, it's so cool. Who can beat me? Maybe he was too arrogant and dared to intervene in the battle between the fire-patterned tiger and the Ice Wolf King. He charged at the Ice Wolf King with all his strength. The Wolf King took a step back, turned around and whipped Jiao Tianu away with his tail. More than 10 meters away, 2 big trees were smashed one after another. Fortunately, he is a superhuman shield and has a lot of talent, so he was able to withstand it. Despite this, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he suffered some injuries. Jiao Tianu was honest now. After calming down, he picked out the soft persimmons and pinched them. When he saw the injured ice wolf, he rushed over and knocked him away. Before the knocked-out ice wolf hit the ground, Guo Xiaoxiao appeared in front of him. He raised his knife and plunged it into the ice wolf's chest, avoiding the ribs and skillfully stabbing into the heart. After landing, the ice wolf was completely lifeless. Soon, in addition to the Wolf King, the last ice wolf was also eliminated, and all the ghost monsters began to besiege the Wolf King. Jiao Tianu reached the 5th level, became more unscrupulous, and took up the idea of the Wolf King again. Guo Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, mingled among the ghosts and monsters, looking for opportunities to inflict heavy losses on the Wolf King. The Wolf King realized something was wrong and tried to escape, but Chen had already forced him into a blind corner according to the terrain. Whenever the Wolf King wanted to rush out, he would be blocked by the ghost beast. Jiao Tianu rushed out and bumped into him again, and the Wolf King returned to his original position. After half an hour of fighting, the Wolf King was finally exhausted. Guo Xiaoxiao dodged while the Wolf King was being suppressed by the fire-patterned tiger, and cut off one of the Wolf King's claws. She could have stabbed the Wolf King's eyes out, but Chen stopped her from doing so because it would make the Wolf King go crazy, and he might retaliate before death and cause damage to them. After all, Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao cannot be as invincible as him in the field. Gradually reducing the Wolf King's combat effectiveness is the safest way. The Wolf King lost one of his claws, and his combat effectiveness plummeted, and his decline became more and more obvious. Finally, under the combined attack of all the ghosts, the Wolf King was unable to move. Guo Xiaoxiao found an opportunity and pierced the Wolf King's heart with a dagger. The Wolf King struggled for a while, but there was no movement, and with a howl, he completely lost his breath. Kill the Ice Wolf King. Experience value plus 400. Chen's lips curled up. He's upgraded. It has only been half a day since he entered the secret realm, and now he has reached level 6. Outside the secret realm, several principals were surrounding Xu Shicheng, engaging in a competition that had been held in previous years. However, because Linjiang No. 1 middle school produced 2 A-level talents and 1 S-level professional this year, such a leap-forward improvement directly made several other principals lose their temper, so they all looked at Xu Shicheng in frustration. Bragging right there. But they really wanted to hear if Xu Shicheng had any tricks here. Tell me, what level will the record of these little kids be on the first day this year? I think it's level 5. After all, level 5 is a hurdle. After reaching level 5, the experience points required for upgrading will increase significantly. In the past, the highest level was level 5. He was still a legend back then, but now he is a level 88 master, taking charge of one side. Yes, for several years, our highest record in Linjiang was level 4. You can basically see the potential from the speed of upgrading on the first day. If you get level 4 on the first day, the highest you can get before the unified examination is level 8 or level 9. Well, To go to a first-class university, you need to be at least level 10. I remember that legendary figure back then, who reached level 18 before the unified examination. It was simply terrifying. Yes, in the past 10 years or so, our students in Linjiang have only reached level 12 at most before the unified examination. Nowadays, the competition among students is becoming more and more fierce. It's okay to go to a first-class university in the 12th grade, but there is still a slight gap in getting into some of the top universities in the country. That's right, especially at Yanqing Academy, I'm afraid the 15th level has just reached the threshold. I think both Lu Yetu and Meng Yu should be able to reach level 5. 2A level talents are the main professional team. Their combat power is completely unmatched by other teams. Our school also has students with A-level talents, so they may not be much worse. Moreover, the auxiliary professions in the team are also B-level talents. I haven't met that kid named Chen yet. I haven't seen an S-level talented student in years. It's a pity that he is an auxiliary profession. If he is the main combat profession, he will be a general in the future. Yeah, so it mainly depends on Lu Yetu. If Lu Yetu doesn't reach level 5 on the first day, it might be a little difficult to get into Yanqing Academy. Xu Shicheng was drinking tea at this time and silently watching these ignorant guys giving advice. They know a lot about hammers, and Chen is a mutated profession. Coupled with an S-level talent, I am afraid that if he is matched with a low-talented main battle profession, the effect he can exert will be comparable to that of an A-level talent. What's more, there are two highly talented main battle professionals in his team, one is B-level and the other is C-level. The team of these three people is definitely the most powerful competitor for Lu Yunfei's team. But he was also a little regretful. It would have been nice if Chen and Lu Yunfei teamed up, with an S-level talented assistant and an A-level rare main battler. With the cooperation of the two, they could reach level 5 steadily. How did he know that Chen had ghost monsters of his own, and they were more numerous and of a higher level? There is no need to team up with Lu Yunfei. As the sky grew dark, Xu Shicheng glanced at the time. The first day of exploring the secret realm was almost here. There is still half an hour left. After half an hour, the secret realm will automatically crowd out all the professionals, and the first day of exploring the secret realm will be over. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped Linjiang No. 1 middle school, and a black spot appeared in the sky, approaching almost instantly. He is a middle-aged man with a Chinese character face. Xu Shicheng and several principals stood up hurriedly. Master Lu. Lu Feihei is the head of the Lu family who is very powerful in the entire Shan province, and Lu Yunfei is his youngest daughter. Lu Feihei put away his flying magic weapon and sat unceremoniously on the main seat. His face was stern, exuding the majesty of a superior. Xu Shicheng poured Lu Feihei a cup of tea. Master Lu, coming here when you have time will really make our school shine. Lu Feihei smiled. The family affairs are heavy and I can't get away from it. Thank you for taking care of my little daughter in the past few years. Xu Shicheng waved his hands hurriedly. Miss Lu Yunfei is too good, and we didn't do anything. He went on to say. Yesterday's awakening was also very successful. Miss Lu is not only an A-level talent, but also a rare main battle profession. Her future prospects are limitless. Lu Feihei said. I heard the report, so I put aside family affairs today and made a special trip to have a look. Xu Shicheng knew in his heart that a busy man like Lu Feihei would make a special trip to visit his daughter, not only because he loved his little daughter, but also because Lu Yunfei was too outstanding. If I remember correctly, Lu Yunfei's talent was stronger than her two brothers. We were just chatting. There are a lot of students applying this year. If they want to go to those top universities, they may have to advance to level 5 on the first day. But we think Miss Lu will be fine. Lu Feihei said calmly. It doesn't matter. If the gap is not big, I will just find some connections. She can go to any university in the country if she wants. Xu Shicheng was silent for a moment. Miss Lu has an extremely arrogant temperament and I'm afraid she won't accept such help. Hearing this, Lu Feihei said nothing. Indeed, he also knew his little daughter very well. Although she seemed to be well-educated, well-behaved and clingy on weekdays, there was a sense of arrogance hidden in her heart, and she also had the drive to refuse to admit defeat. In this regard, neither of her two brothers could compare. Lu Feihei stopped talking about this and asked instead. I heard that a professional with S-level talent was born this year. What profession is it? Xu Shicheng suddenly smiled. It's a mutation-type auxiliary profession, Hell Controller. But we haven't seen the specific combat method yet, so we don't know if it's powerful or not. Lu Feihei's face condensed. The Controller of Hell. Oops, what a domineering name. Even with his extensive knowledge, he has never heard of this profession. I am afraid that this is the only one in the entire Daxia Kingdom. However, Lu Feihei couldn't help but sigh when he heard that it was an auxiliary profession. He knew about the mutated professions. On the current battlefield of hundreds of races, there was a mutated main battle profession, and he was now one of the key figures in the human race battlefield. Mutation-type professions, which appear in the main combat or auxiliary professions, are usually of the enhanced type. It's a pity that this situation occurs more often in life and career, and these, without exception, have become complete losers. If this S-level talented student had a mutant-type main battle profession, he might be able to become the foundation of the human race in the future and single-handedly overturn the war situation. Thinking of this, Lu Feihei couldn't help but shake his head. Why did such a rare S-level talent appear on an assistant? No matter how strong the support is, it is just a support. The other side. After a day of fighting, Chen's team managed to kill through the entire valley. Further forward, out of the valley, you may encounter monsters exceeding level 15. Even if you are unlucky, you might encounter a level 20 Warcraft boss. At this time, Chen and the others were being besieged by a group of highly poisonous cat demons. There were more than 20 of them, all of which were at least level 10, including many at level 11 and level 12. The cyan demon Elvis who dominates the battle has reached level 15. This put Chen and others under great pressure. Jiao Tianu went on a rampage, knocking groups of cat demons away. His face had turned slightly purple due to the slow attack of toxins. If I hadn't been promoted to level 6, I would have been a bit unbearable. He turned back to Chen and said, "Brother Chen, how's it going?" Chen was meditating with his eyes closed. After his mental power recovered to a certain level, he finally summoned all the Shira poisonous spiders he had killed before and replaced the human-faced owl. Although these poisonous cat demons are poisonous and their claws have terrifying attack power, the most uncomfortable thing is that these cat demons are so fast. Only Guo Xiaoxiao could barely keep up with the speed of these cat demons. For this reason, Chen replaced the human-faced owl with the Shira poisonous spider. Due to the restrictions of the spider web, the mobility of these cat monsters is greatly weakened. When the time comes, they will be lambs to be slaughtered. Fortunately, Chen has reached level 7 now. After his charm is improved, his mental recovery speed has also become much faster. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble after 2 consecutive battles. Chapter 11. After Chen frantically consumed his mental energy and kept resurrecting the killed ghost monsters, coupled with the cooperation of Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao, the Cyan Demon Cat King was finally killed. This battle has basically exhausted the physical strength of the 3 of them. Now, the time for exploring the secret realm is almost over, and the 3 of them are resting in a relatively safe cave. Chen looked at his panel. Name, Chen. Occupation, Hell Controller. Level, 721%. Spell Strength, 320. Physical Strength, 114. Spirit, 203. Charm, 120. Physique, 105. Agility, 93. Power, 101. Skill, Realm of the Netherworld, Yellow Spring. His various attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes. With the blessing of SSS level terrifying talents, they are even stronger than ordinary level 10 professionals. Especially in terms of spell strength and mental strength, he is probably far behind even the general main battle mage profession. Beyond that, there's a message. Secret Realm Exploration Degree, 52%. This means that Chen has already walked half of the journey to the Secret Realm. Not many people dare to challenge the intermediate Secret Realm. If Chen can reach this point, I believe he is far ahead of the other teams. After a brief rest, Chen and the others continued to set off. After leaving the valley, the level of the monster can be raised to another level. Chen didn't want to fight. Firstly, the time to explore the secret realm is coming soon, and secondly, they are all exhausted. Chen is not a madman. Fighting reluctantly in this situation will only cause damage. He wanted to get stuck in time. After the secret exploration time was over, he would teleport them directly outside. In Chen's view, this was equivalent to a perfect retreat. He wanted to use this opportunity to find out about the reality of the monsters outside the valley and prepare for the next exploration. Soon, the three finally came out of the valley, facing an open forest. The forest was shrouded in mist, and the faint roar of monsters could be heard. The three of them looked around and found no danger, so they walked towards the forest. Gotcha! The footsteps stepped on the rotten branches, making a slight sound. Suddenly, Chen felt a chill on his back, and a sense of crisis enveloped him. Without any time to think, Chen immediately opened the field. Under the shroud of the domain, Chen saw clearly that what suddenly attacked him was a giant python hidden among the dead branches. LV.18 Red-Scaled Python. Boss level Wild Monster. Skill: Fire Poison Fangs. Skill: Death Coil. Skill: Shock. Boss exclusive skill: Trumpeter. The python's tail is thick as a bucket whipped at Chen, but Chen appeared on the other side like a phantom. At the same time, the ghost monsters also covered the figures of Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao. Chen looked at the giant python monster in front of him, secretly speechless. Good guy, as soon as I came out, I encountered a boss-level monster, and the quality was one level higher than the monsters in the valley. Its waist is thicker than a bucket, and it is at least 10 meters long. The red and black scales on its body are shining coldly, and it has extremely high defense power at first glance. In addition, this monster actually has 4 skills. Not to mention the 4 skills, he even has boss-exclusive skills. Chen learned in class that monsters above level 15 usually have 2 skills, and if they are boss-level monsters, they have 3 skills. Once a monster with 4 skills appears, its strength will reach another level. Even the teachers in the academy must deal with it with caution. At this time, the giant python also raised its head, staring at Chen with its cold snake eyes. While the snake was hesitating, Chen seemed to hear it making some kind of sound. Not good. Chen cursed secretly in his heart. This is clearly the red-scaled python's boss-specific skill, the Horner. There were constant rustling sounds all around, and soon, pythons appeared one after another. The big ones were 8 or 9 meters long, and the small ones were 5 or 6 meters long. Their levels ranged from LV.14 to LV.17. Chen took a cursory look and saw that the monsters surrounding them spread out for tens of meters. It was roughly estimated that there were no less than 100 monsters. There are so many monsters, let alone dealing with them in their current state. Even in their heyday, they would not dare to confront them head-on. However, Chen's face was calm at this time, even with a slight smile. He had already felt that there was a vague force wrapped around his body, and it was gradually getting stronger. This was the repulsive force of the secret realm, and he was about to be teleported out. Clean your head and I'll come get it tomorrow. After Chen finished speaking, he turned into a white light and disappeared. The light from the secret realm door flickered, and people were constantly being teleported out. Some people were unwilling to give up. They fought fiercely with the monsters and were about to kill them. However, they were teleported out and failed. Some looked lucky that they were in danger and luckily came out. Others were slightly injured and taciturn. The childishness that originally belonged to students had completely dissipated within a day, and instead they had an aura of blood and murder. Xu Shicheng and others have been guarding outside the secret realm for a day, as they do every year. When they saw Lu Yunfei's team coming out, their eyes lit up and they hurried over. Miss Lu San, how are you? What level are you at? Xu Shicheng asked hurriedly. Lu Feihei also came over, and when he saw his father, Lu Yunfei's face showed joy. Thank you, Principal, for your concern. I'm in level 5. Lu Yunfei took the initiative to show his information, and sure enough, he had reached level 5. Seeing this, Xu Shicheng's face was filled with joy. As expected of Miss Lu San, she achieved level 5 on the first day, directly tying the highest record in the history of our college. I think Yanqing Academy is a sure winner this time. Several other principals also complimented him one after another. Lu Yunfei is indeed very powerful. Apart from her, all the students present are only at level 4, including Meng Yu, another main battle professional with A-level talent in the same team as Lu Yunfei. However, Meng Yu is not far away from level 5. If he can stay in the secret realm for one more hour, he will almost be able to upgrade. Seeing that his daughter was so outstanding, Lu Feihei's calm face softened and he smiled with approval. Good. He was very satisfied. With this third daughter, his Lu family could be strong for another 50 years. Lu Yunfei suddenly thought of something and looked around. Where is He Chen? What level is he at? Xu Shicheng said, it should be out soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed at the door of the secret realm, and 3 people from He Chen's team came out. Before Xu Shicheng could speak, Lu Yunfei hurriedly asked, He Chen, what level are you at? He Chen knew that after the first day of trial, the level would be reported, so he immediately gave Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao a look, and the 3 of them took the initiative to display the level information at the same time. He Chen, level 7. Jiao Tianu, level 6. Guo Xiaoxiao, level 6. The air seemed to freeze. The originally bustling crowd was now deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened and they looked at the 3 members of He Chen's team in disbelief. God, did I read that right? Am I dazzled? 1 at level 7, 2 at level 6. How did they do it? You must be cheating, I don't believe it. Is there any justice left? Didn't you say that level 5 is a hurdle? After reaching level 5, it is particularly difficult to upgrade. Why are they all at level 6 or 7? It costs 3,600 experience points to upgrade from level 4 to level 5, but it takes 30,000 experience points to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. How many monsters do you need to kill? Seeing the buzz around him, He Chen was too lazy to explain and revealed another message. Secret Realm Exploration Degree, 54%. Seeing this message, Xu Shicheng couldn't help but tense up and asked hurriedly. Have you come out of the valley? The exploration degree of 54% means that the secret realm is halfway through, and it is out of the valley. He Chen nodded. Principal, is there anything else? No. No more. Oh. He Chen nodded and then motioned for Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao to follow him. It was getting late. They had to seize the time to review today's battle and agree on a battle plan for tomorrow. They might have to go back late today. Seeing He Chen walking away without even looking at herself, Lu Yunfei bit her lips tightly, clenching her fists and digging her nails into her flesh. Even if she refuses to admit defeat, facing this naked reality, she has no way to refute. Just now, she was called a genius by a group of people, tying the highest record in the history of Linjiang number 1 middle school, and was the only one to be promoted to level 5 today. Yes, she is indeed the only level 5, but there are 2 level 6 and 1 level 7 above. Even if He Chen is higher in level than her, even He Chen's 2 teammates are higher in level than her. This is like pressing her face to the ground and rubbing her like crazy. Lu Yunfei's face was burning. My heart is full of frustration and powerlessness. The frustration was because she was not a little bit behind He Chen, but a huge gap had been opened by He Chen. The reason why she was powerless was because Lu Yunfei had tried her best in today's battle, and her teammates had not let up and helped her a lot. Even so, she could only reach level 5. It was too difficult after level 5, and the required experience points suddenly increased nearly 10 times. She could not imagine how He Chen reached level 7, and even brought his teammates to level 6. By the way, He Chen's secret realm exploration level has reached 54% and he walked out of the valley. Lu Yunfei looked at herself. Her current secret exploration level was 21%, and she had not even completed half of the valley. An even stronger feeling of powerlessness almost swallowed her up. Lu Yunfei couldn't hold it back and burst into tears. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Feihei also hurriedly comforted her. You have done well, but you should never forget that there are people outside the world, and there is a day outside the world. If you just give in, you will really lose. The road to life is still long and full of variables. Do you want to give in now? Lu Yunfei wiped away her tears. One day, I will definitely be able to defeat him. Seeing his daughter's fighting spirit rekindled, Lu Feihei smiled happily. After Lu Yunfei left, Lu Feihei looked in the direction of He Chen's team and narrowed his eyes. Go, check the information of these people and see if you can bring them to my Lu family. The butler next to him nodded and left in a hurry. Early the next morning, news came that made all the students envious and jealous. He Chen's team and Lu Yunfei's team have joined forces. The two teams will explore Secret Realm number 4 together. If anyone can join such a powerful team, their level will rise like a rocket. But one person wasn't too happy. Jiao Tianu pulled He Chen aside and muttered quietly. He Chen, isn't it good for the three of us to level up? If we bring them along, won't it slow down our leveling up? Lu Yunfei's team has 4 people, and the 7 people share the experience points equally, so the experience points they gained will have to be cut off by more than half. He Chen shook his head slightly. I have arrangements. He doesn't want to explain too much, and he doesn't like explanations. Joining forces with Lu Yunfei's team was the result of his careful consideration last night. First of all, yesterday he had seen the power of the Horner, who could summon a large number of warcraft in a short period of time. The number of warcraft was far beyond what they could handle, and new combat forces had to be added. And Lu Yunfei's team, with 2 main battle professionals with A-level talents, is naturally the best choice. In addition, Lu Yunfei's team also has a nanny-type assistant, which can increase everyone's recovery speed and quickly recover from injuries, which is a great benefit to the entire team. He Chen's team also spent a lot of time recovering their physical strength yesterday. Another point is that since the valley is trumpet-shaped, it becomes narrower as you go inside. Therefore, in the early stage, He Chen's team may have missed some monsters, but after reaching the middle of the valley, the group of monsters in the second half were almost completely eliminated by He Chen. Chen's team defeated them. Even if he doesn't join forces with Lu Yunfei's team, they can quickly cross the valley. When the time comes, everyone will fight on their own, which will only cause the monsters to divide and besiege. Lu Yunfei wanted to see how He Chen rose to such a high level. My father said, learn from those who are better than you until you become stronger than them. Since the second entry would appear at the location recorded in the exploration degree, He Chen and Lu Yunfei agreed that the two parties would meet immediately after entering the secret realm. Soon, the time for the secret realm to open came. Today, there were more teams choosing the 4th level secret realm, but everyone consciously stepped aside to let He Chen's team and Lu Yunfei's team go in first. He Chen was not polite and immediately walked into the secret realm. A white light flashed, and He Chen and the others appeared at the edge of the forest outside the valley. The 3 of them didn't dare to stop at all, for fear of attracting the red-scaled python boss from yesterday again, so they immediately retreated towards the valley. In the valley, they encountered 2 more waves of monsters, but they were small in size and low in level, and were easily killed by He Chen's team. An hour later, the 2 teams met and arrived at the mouth of the valley again. That red-scaled python boss you mentioned is over there? Lu Yunfei asked, looking at the forest shrouded in mist and full of mystery. He Chen nodded. According to the tactics we discussed, Guo Xiaoxiao will be the vanguard to detect the location of the monsters in the forest. You and Jiao Tianu will lure the monsters. Meng Yu will find the commanding heights and attack from a distance. The others will follow me at the valley pass to block the group of monsters. If the situation arises, push the rocks off the cliff immediately to block the attack of the monsters, and let's retreat to the valley. Everyone said they had no objections, and then everyone found their positions and got ready. Guo Xiaoxiao has already taken the lead. The Phantom Assassin is not only top-notch in speed, but also has great advantages in stealth. Soon, Guo Xiaoxiao came back. She found traces of several magical beasts, but she did not find the red-scaled python from yesterday. He Chen nodded, then glanced at Jiao Tianu and Lu Yunfei. The 2 understood immediately. Jiao Tianu let out a strange cry, condensed golden shields into his arms, rushed into the forest, and ran rampant. Lu Yunfei summoned 5 monsters of the same level as himself and rushed into the forest. He Chen looked at the magical beasts summoned by Lu Yunfei, his eyes slightly focused. Unexpectedly, the magical beasts summoned by Lu Yunfei had stronger aura than ordinary magical beasts. They were indeed A-level talents. Moreover, the summoner profession also gets stronger in the later stages, and now it is just a small trial. Soon, the beasts in the forest roared one after another, and the flying monsters soared into the sky, letting out frightened and angry roars in midair. He Chen and others concentrated on preparing for the impact of the swarm of monsters. Not long after, Jiao Tianu took the lead and rushed out of the forest, followed by a cow-shaped monster with a shiny black body and 2 huge horns. LV.16 Ancient Demonic Cow. Lu Yunfei also came back, being chased by a group of pythons. Girls are naturally afraid of snakes. Lu Yunfei had not gone through the baptism in the second half of the valley, and rashly faced a group of monsters with such a high level. At this time, she was frightened. The flower branches were trembling wildly, looking even more embarrassed than Jiao Tianu. Ready to fight, Chen shouted coldly, and everyone stood ready. Meng Yu had already shot several arrows, accurately hitting the demonic cow. But there was a huge difference in strength between the two. The demon bull's defense was too high, and Meng Yu's arrows did not cause any effective damage at all. Shoot it in the eyes and the joints of its legs and feet. Chen shouted. Meng Yu immediately adjusted his position, and a few arrows passed by, effectively slowing down the speed of the demon bull. When the demonic cow reached a sufficient distance, Chen immediately released the domain. Guo Xiaoxiao mingled among the ghost monsters, looking for opportunities to constantly inflict wounds on the monster cows. Lu Yunfei also entered the domain, and with the help of Chen's domain, he began to counterattack the chasing monsters. Chen looked serious, paying attention to the situation in the field while looking at the forest in the distance. The fighting here would soon attract waves of monsters. He must deal with the monsters in the field as soon as possible. Just fine. Under the action of the ice wolf's breath of ice and the poisonous spider's web and venom, the python monster was quickly eliminated, and all attacks began to focus on the fire demon cow. Meng Yu found the right opportunity and finally shot the demon cow's eyes out. Jiao Tianu found the right opportunity and knocked the demon cow staggering, exposing its slightly weaker defensive belly. At this time, Meng Yu's arrows, Guo Xiaoxiao's dagger, and the fire-patterned tiger's flames all attacked together, directly opening a shocking and huge wound in the demon cow's belly. The demonic cow's combat effectiveness is severely weakened. Everyone struck while the iron was hot and finally defeated the demonic cow 10 minutes later. Before everyone could relax, Meng Yu, who was standing high up, sent an alarm and a large group of magical beasts were attacking. Execute plan number 2, Chen shouted. Immediately, everyone began to attack the stone walls on both sides, causing the already loose boulders to roll down and block the entrance of the valley. In this way, even if the monsters could come over, their movements would be greatly hindered. Every time the monsters entered the valley, they would not a lot of. Chen used the idea of blocking the position to continuously kill the monsters that poured into the valley. He didn't know how long it took. It wasn't until he reached level 8 that the number of monsters that entered the valley gradually decreased. After killing the last monster, everyone finally took a breath. As expected, everyone's level has been upgraded by 1 level, especially Lu Yunfei's team. Her team was already at a low level. This battle has brought great benefits. Everyone is on the verge of upgrading again. Chen said to everyone who was resting. Don't relax, everyone, the main force of the Warcraft group has not arrived yet. During the fierce battle before, Chen didn't notice the red-scaled python yesterday, so he guessed that the main force of Warcraft was still in the forest. Chen, Meng Yu, who was standing sentry at a high place, suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. There's a situation. Chen immediately stood up to check. At this sight, he suddenly took a breath of cold air. At the pass of the valley, at some point, a large black mass of monsters gathered, at least 200 to 300 of them. And the red-scaled python from yesterday is also here. But that's not the most important thing. The person standing at the front today is a giant beast flying in the air with lightning flashing all over its body. LV.20 Thunder Beast. LV.20 Thunder Beast. Boss level wild monster. Skill, Thunder. Skill, Sky filled with lightning. Skill, Inductive state. Boss exclusive skill, Commander. In addition, there is also the long and almost despairing health bar. The moment he saw this thunder beast, Chen's expression changed, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This thunder beast is very strong, but that's not the main thing. The first moment he saw the thunder beast, Chen discovered that the thunder beast was looking at them with a playful look. This beast is actually intelligent. Warcraft with intelligence cannot be judged by conventional methods at all, especially a boss-level Warcraft. It can order other Warcraft to attack in an organized manner. It is not comparable to the scattered group of Warcraft before. Chen did not hesitate and made a decisive decision. Withdraw. They abandoned their position, implemented Plan 3, and retreated to the valley. Seeing that the group of monsters did not catch up, Jiao Tianu asked, "Brother Chen, if we don't occupy a favorable location and can hold it, why should we withdraw?" Chen shook his head slightly. "Have you not noticed that Thunder Beast is different from other monsters?" Chen stood in the formation assisted by the nanny, recovering his mental strength and continued. "That beast is smart and has never been serious from the beginning to the end. If it were serious, our formation would be destroyed in an instant." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Lu Yunfei nodded. "Yes, that monster is indeed extraordinary. Our current strength is not enough to fight against it. I suggest that we join forces with other teams to increase our strength." Meng Yu and others nodded, but Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao looked at Chen. Chen is their captain, and they only listened to Chen. However, what everyone did not expect was that Chen was uncharacteristically different. He shook his head and rejected Lu Yunfei's proposal. "I don't think so. I think we should give up defense and turn defense into offense." Lu Yunfei's expression changed drastically. Chen, are you crazy?" Chen remained unmoved. "If you don't agree, our cooperation will end." "I don't care about it." Lu Yunfei stamped her feet angrily, her eyes sparkling. She thought that after fighting together with Chen for so long, she could be considered a companion. But he didn't expect that Chen was still the same Chen. He never explained, wouldn't be polite to girls, and spoke harshly and hurtfully. What a straight man. She left angrily, and several team members hurriedly followed her, quickly disappearing into the valley. Chen's team once again returned to its three-man form, and Jiao Tianu felt a little unsure. "Brother Chen, what should we do? Shall we take the initiative?" Chen nodded. "Beat." Jiao Tianu's expression changed drastically. Just now, the 7 of them didn't dare to fight and retreated to the valley. Now there are only 3 of them left. Instead, Chen wants to take the initiative. Isn't this looking for death? However, seeing that Chen was not joking at all, Jiao Tianu gradually realized the seriousness of the matter. Chen is serious. Jiao Tianu took a deep breath and looked at Guo Xiaoxiao next to him. Their eyes were firm, and they both understood what the other meant. Dry. If it weren't for Chen, they wouldn't have made the progress they are now. Since they chose to believe in Chen from the beginning, they will believe it to the end. Since Chen said he would take the initiative to attack, then fight. Anyway, with the talisman, I won't be afraid even if I encounter danger. At worst, in the next few days, I will be looking for monsters to level up at the entrance of the valley. The 2 made up their minds and said to Chen, "Brother Chen, tell me, what should I do?" A smile appeared on Chen's lips. "It's best not to explain, because explaining is just a waste of time." In fact, Chen was already prepared. If Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao did not agree with his plan, he would even disband the team and go face the Warcraft group by himself. Of course Chen is not a fool. Chen is very aware of the huge gap in strength between the powerful group of monsters and the intelligent Thunder Beast. But Chen suddenly thought of something. Logically speaking, it would not be surprising to see an intelligent boss-level monster appear in any secret realm. But this is different. This is a secret realm that is completely controlled by the school and has been specially prepared for students after several raids. If there were intelligent monsters like Thunderman, the school wouldn't know about it. So Chen boldly guessed that this Thunder Beast was put here by the school on its own initiative. The school's behavior had its own profound meaning. Although Chen couldn't tell for sure, he guessed that the school's purpose was definitely not to target students. So he wanted to take the initiative and test it out. This is undoubtedly a gamble. If you win the bet, you will have endless monsters to kill. After losing the bet and using the talisman, there is no chance for a second adventure. The subsequent leveling can only be done in a safe and secure place. Chen assessed the risks and felt it was worth a fight. "Just do what you did before, go and attract the monsters, I'll wait here." The 2 nodded. A few minutes later, Jiao Tianu screamed and ran back. The ground behind him was shaking. 7 or 8 demonic cows spewed thick white gas from their nostrils and chased after him with red eyes. Chen looked behind him and found that there were no other monsters behind him. He immediately curled his lips slightly. It seems that he won the bet. As soon as his heart moved, the overwhelming domain shrouded it. No matter how these demonic cows rushed left and right, they could never escape from the scope of the domain. Under He Chen's domain, all attributes of these monsters were unreasonably reduced by 10%, and they were in a state of blood loss. A group of ghost beasts that were almost no weaker than the demonic cows were frantically attacking the trapped demonic cows. Jiao Tianu was running rampant inside, and any creature that stood in front of his heavy shield would be knocked away by him. An afterimage flickered and appeared, cutting through the battlefield in a few breaths. With the cooperation of the three people, 10 minutes later, the last demonic cow fell to the ground. Kill the demonic cow, experience value plus 640. Although He Chen and the other three have not upgraded, their experience gauges have all increased significantly. Currently, He Chen's experience gauge has reached 46%. Jiao Tianu's score is 73%, and he is about to reach level 8. Guo Xiaoxiao's experience value is also similar. Jiao Tianu's face was filled with joy. Brother Tingchen was indeed right. After the team separated, their upgrade speed not only did not slow down, but actually became faster. Brother Chen, you are such a god. Jiao Tianu looked flattering. Roll. He Chen was very busy here. Relying on the terrain of the valley, every time Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao lured back a monster, He Chen could use his domain to trap it and then quickly strangle it. After another 2 hours, He Chen finally upgraded. Guo Xiaoxiao and Jiao Tianu followed closely and also reached level 8. The strength of the three-person team has been greatly improved again. Now, on the other side, Lu Yunfei's team chose to return to the open area at the other end of the valley. Although the level of the monsters here was low, they were more stable. With the current strength of the team, they can already kill any incoming monster without taking any damage. However, there were many more teams entering the secret realm today than yesterday. Everyone was searching for World of Warcraft, which undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on Lu Yunfei's team. The time spent in the secret realm has passed halfway, but Lu Yunfei is still a long way from level 7. Speaking of which, it was thanks to He Chen that he was able to reach level 6 quickly before. I don't know what happened to that guy. It's been a long time and he hasn't quit yet. He doesn't think that the three of them can really fight against so many monsters, right? I am afraid that even the teachers in the school will have a headache when dealing with such a large group of monsters. She does not believe that He Chen can get an advantage. Maybe he is hiding in a cave right now and is afraid to come out. She had to work hard. She must catch up today and narrow the gap between her and He Chen. Time passed quickly, and in the evening, Xu Shicheng and several principals looked expectantly at the door of the secret realm. Old Xu, I heard that this year you made the intermediate secret realm exactly the same as the secret realm outside. Aren't you afraid that the students can't beat it? Don't worry, it's only the second day, and most of the students are still in the low-level secret realm. There are only a few who dare to enter the intermediate secret realm. Whether it's okay to let them have a taste of the pain, upgrading is one aspect, and you also need to understand the dangers of the secret realm. Without shelter in the future, they will have to face it alone. If they are not careful, they may die. Do you think Miss Lu San can catch up with the man named He Chen today? I think the possibility is very high. Maybe He Chen was just lucky yesterday. In the long run, luck is not the main factor, but strength is. The main reason is that He Chen's level yesterday was too scary. Not to mention breaking the highest record in history, the level is so high that it is despairing. I think it will be good for Miss Lu San to reach level 7 today. After level 5, too many experience points are needed. Listening to a few people talking to each other, Xu Shicheng didn't say anything, and the old man was drinking tea. Hey, Lao Shu, why don't you say anything? This is your home court. Xu Shicheng raised his eyelids, glanced at a few people, smiled and said. You said, I won't take it into consideration. So this year, I added some ingredients to the secret realm. Hearing this, the principals' eyes suddenly lit up and they asked hurriedly. What material? Tell me quickly. Xu Shicheng deliberately whetted their appetites, slowly boiled the tea again, and then said. I put a thunder beast inside. Looking at the shocked faces of several people, Xu Shicheng smiled and added. LV.20 boss level thunder beast. Everyone present suddenly took a breath of air. Hey, Shu Shicheng, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of killing these students? How can the Thunder Beast be dealt with by these students? Warcraft are also divided into levels. In addition to level, they are also divided into strengths and weaknesses based on bloodline. The bloodline of Warcraft is equivalent to the talent level of human beings. The monsters in low-level secret realms have no bloodline, because they are too weak. The monsters in the intermediate secret realm are generally of the lowest bloodline. These monsters have the weakest attack power among the same level, but the experience points are the same, so they are most suitable for leveling. But the Thunder Beast is an intermediate bloodline, equivalent to a human's C-level talent. The defense, attack and other attributes are 2 levels stronger than those of the same level of monsters. Not to mention, the most important thing is that the Thunder Beast is famous for being smart. In terms of intelligence, it is far beyond what ordinary Warcraft can compare to. Many wealthy people even take the initiative to raise Thunder Beasts to look after their homes, and even keep them company with their children. One can imagine how smart this kind of monster is. Suddenly, someone had a flash of inspiration and seemed to have thought of something. Old Shu, is the Thunder Beast you put in tamed? Others also looked towards him. Shu Shicheng raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Isn't this nonsense? If you don't tame it, can I put it in?" At this moment, everyone suddenly felt relieved and gave Shu Shicheng a thumbs up. "You old boy, you scared us." In this way, not only will the Thunder Beast not target the students, but it will also help them level up. Does this count as cheating? Haha, what does the behavior of the monsters have to do with us? It has to be you, Lao Shu. I'll treat you to a drink later. Shu Shicheng said calmly. It's not that easy. If you want to encounter the Thunder Beast, you must first cross the valley. According to yesterday's progress, I'm afraid only one small team passed through the valley. Everyone was silent. They naturally knew which team Shu Shicheng was talking about. Only He Chen's team dug through the valley and reached the second half of the secret realm on the first day. If nothing else, they had already encountered the Thunder Beast today. If Lu Yunfei's team goes well, they should have passed through the valley, but I don't know who of these two teams will discover the strangeness of the Thunder Beast and use it to quickly level up. With Lu Yunfei's intelligence, it shouldn't be impossible to tell. I hope she can use the Thunder Beast today to narrow the gap with He Chen as much as possible, and even surpass He Chen's level. In this way, it will be easier for me to speak in front of the head of the Lu family. Shu Shicheng thought. Thunder Beasts are certainly useful, but strength is also essential. Without enough strength, even the valley can't be penetrated, so naturally there will be no help from the Thunder Beasts. Someone next to me said. Everyone nodded, and at the same time, they also understood that the sooner they could cross the valley and see the Thunder Beast team, the greater the benefits would be. If it's too late, I'm afraid the Thunder Beast won't be able to help. At this time, in the secret realm, He Chen and the others have reached the edge of upgrade again after a day of fierce fighting. After this upgrade, He Chen will be able to reach level 10. At that time, he will be able to activate his second skill, and his strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. There was another rustling sound coming from outside the valley, and He Chen and the other three stood ready. The rocks rolled, as big as a millstone, and a huge snake head covered with red and black scales emerged. Red Scale Python. Unexpectedly, it was this red-scaled python that entered the valley this time. Enemies are really on a narrow road. When they were exploring the forest yesterday, they were surrounded by this red-scaled python and hundreds of magical beasts. If they hadn't been teleported out in time, they would have been in danger. Today, let's settle the score with it. He Chen took a look and saw that there were only a few python-like monsters following behind the red-scaled python, and its power was no less powerful than yesterday. He Chen grinned. The domain instantly covered the red-scaled python. More than a dozen ghost monsters pounced on him without any reason. The red-scaled python rolled in the field, roaring, and swung its thick snake body. A tree as thick as a person was hugged and was immediately chopped in half. Huge rocks were constantly shaken down, broken into gravel, and crushed into powder. Good guy, this red-scaled python is indeed a boss-level monster. It does have something. The red-scaled python was in its own domain, and its various attributes were unreasonably weakened. It was also besieged by more than a dozen powerful ghost monsters, as well as Jiao Tianu, who was comparable to a demon bull, and the elusive Guo Xiaoxiao also performed well. Even so, the battle was still stalemate, and it was difficult to take down the red-scaled python for a while, and the red-scaled python did not even have the upper hand. The two sides fought fiercely for half an hour, but Chen couldn't attack for a long time, but his own mental energy was consumed a lot. If the fight continues, this red-scaled python might be able to escape. However, at this moment, something even more unexpected happened. At the mouth of the valley, a huge shadow stood. The Thunder Beast is here. Seeing the figure of the Thunder Beast, Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao's expressions changed drastically. "Brother Chen, run!" Jiao Tianu roared, knocked away the red-scaled python, and stood in front of Chen. Guo Xiaoxiao also appeared, grabbed Chen's arm and planned to escape into the valley. Just a red-scaled python made them a little embarrassed. If another Thunder Beast came, the three of them would definitely have nothing to gain. Chen was unmoved, not in a hurry. Chen signaled the two of them not to act rashly, but he still maintained his domain. The Thunder Beast looked at this place and was slightly surprised to see that the red-scale python had many injuries and even its strength was gradually losing strength. When he looked at Chen, his eyes were no longer playful as before, but more serious. The strength of these students was somewhat beyond its expectations. Originally thinking that they would be beaten by the red-scaled python, they fled in embarrassment and even called the teacher for rescue. Unexpectedly, they could actually fight head-on, and even the red-scaled python seemed unable to escape. If that's the case, the Thunder Beast took the initiative and entered the field. Seeing the Thunder Beast coming, the red-scaled python was immediately overjoyed. With the support of the Thunder Beast, the three humans pose no threat to it, and can even kill humans. Immediately, the red-scaled python also exploded with potential, biting with all its strength, and actually tore a hole in the ghost monster, and successfully merged with the Thunder Beast. Seeing this situation, Jiao Tianu's expression changed drastically. "Brother Chen, let's go. If you don't leave, it will be too late." Chen seemed not to have heard anything and stared at the Thunder Beast. Although he guessed the origin of the Thunder Beast, and various circumstances confirmed his guess. This is the Thunder Beast after all. If his guess is wrong, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape unscathed today. He is still gambling. Seeing Chen being so stubborn, Jiao Tianu gritted his teeth. "If you die, I will accompany you, young master." Jiao Tianu roared angrily, and golden light erupted from his body, condensing on his arms, turning into two huge shields like door panels, and then rushed towards the battlefield. Guo Xiaoxiao was silent for a long time, and finally without saying a word, he rushed into the battlefield again. The corners of Chen's mouth raised slightly. It's true that he is betting, but isn't it also a test? If he doesn't have a teammate who is reliable, trustworthy and can give his back to the opponent, then he might as well just kill the wild monsters by himself. But now, Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao have passed the test. Having two reliable teammates can also bring a lot of convenience to Chen. Of course, Chen will let them get more. This is the benefit of being with the right person. In the field, after Jiao Tianu knocked away the red-scaled python, he continued to hit the Thunder Beast, but with a casual flick of the Thunder Beast's claws, Jiao Tianu changed direction and crashed into the stone wall next to him. The dust and smoke dissipated, and a human-shaped depression appeared on the stone wall. Jiao Tianu was embedded in it and couldn't get out. Ding ding ding. Guo Xiaoxiao shuttled through the battlefield, continuously attacking the red-scaled python's body with the dagger in his hand, but it could only leave some shallow marks and was unable to cause effective damage. The Thunderlight Beast seemed to be on a trip. Seeing that no ghost monsters were coming to attack it, it simply wandered around and watched the red-scaled python fight with the ghost monsters with great interest. A ghostly ancient demonic bull hit the red-scaled python hard. The red-scaled python flew up and landed heavily in front of the Thunder Beast. The red-scaled python raised its huge head and hissed at the Thunder Beast. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Thunder Beast's showmanship of not taking any action. The Thunder Beast lowered his head slightly and looked at the red-scaled python, his eyes gradually becoming colder. Sudden, the Thunder Beast smacked it with its paw without any warning. The red-scaled python let out a scream and was sent flying, hitting the stone wall heavily. The huge falling rocks rolled down and hit the red-scaled python, but the red-scaled python lost the strength to roar. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Chen could see clearly that there were 4 huge wounds on the red-scaled python with bone-deep wounds. Blood was gurgling from the wounds, and all the surrounding scales fell off and shattered. Chen took a breath of cold air. The strength of this thunder beast is truly terrifying. But at the same time, he was also very happy. The thunder beast would attack the red-scaled python, which once again verified his guess. This time, the red-scaled python slowly started to squirm after a long time. Its cold snake eyes looked at the thunder beast, full of doubts. It was actually attacked by the thunder beast. Why? This companion, instead of helping it, gave it such a heavy blow. It didn't understand, but it never had the chance to. A large group of ghost monsters rushed towards the red-scaled python again, beating the drowned dog hard. Be ethical, non-existent. I just want to kill you while you are sick. The red-scaled python had just been severely injured. Not only had its defense been greatly reduced, but its body had also become stiff, its speed was slow, and its strength had been severely reduced. In just a few encounters, several more wounds were added to its body. Until the red-scaled python was reincarnated to death, the thunder beast stood aside and watched coldly. Even until his death, the red-scaled python could not figure out why the thunder beast attacked it. Kill the red-scaled python, experience plus 1170. Level plus 1, current level, level 10. Acquire new skills, draw, drain. Drain blood from an individual target, rapidly reducing the target's blood volume and causing spell damage equivalent to 2% of the body's spell strength every second. Drawing blood can slowly restore various attributes of the body, conversion rate, 1%. Currently available targets, 1. System upgrading, update success. Drain blood demon causes magic damage equivalent to 5% per second of the target to the target, draws blood to restore own attribute conversion rate, 5%, current number of targets that can be released, 1. The absorption target will be upgraded with the main body, and 1 quota will be automatically added at each level. Chen's eyes lit up, the system's blessing was indeed abnormal. Chen directly added all the skill points, and the proficiency of absorbing was increased. The attack power was increased to 8% of his own spell strength per second, and there were 3 targets that could be absorbed. Chen looked at his panel again. Name, Chen. Occupation, Hell Controller. Level, 10, 1%. Spell Strength, 620. Physical Strength, 174. Spirit, 368. Soul Power, 145. Physique, 157. Agility, 135. Power, 177. Skill, Realm of the Netherworld, Yellow Spring, Professional Skill. Skill, Drain Blood Demon. Chen is in a good mood, he has another powerful skill. And it seems that the attack power of this skill is also extremely terrifying. His current spell strength is 175, which means that the target targeted by the drain will, in addition to the negative buff of blood loss, also be continuously attacked with 14 points of spell damage per second. It doesn't look like much, but this is continuous damage, which is 224 points of damage in 1 minute, enough to kill a level 10 monster. Strictly speaking, this is also a negative buff. As long as the opponent cannot leave his domain, he will not be able to get rid of these layers of negative buff until he is exhausted. The huge improvement in strength also made Chen extremely confident at the moment. He even wanted to touch the Thunder Beast. However, seeing the teasing look in the Thunder Beast's eyes, Chen immediately gave up the idea. A pleasure to work with. Chen smiled. The Thunder Beast tilted its head, turned around, and its figure turned into lightning. In an instant, it rushed out of the field and disappeared into the sky. Calm returned to the valley again. Chen took a look and saw that all the monsters that had been surrounding the valley had dispersed. There is no smell of danger outside. Brother Chen, how do you know that the Thunder Beast is helping us? Jiao Tianu walked over while rubbing his sore arms. Now he finally understood why Chen didn't leave. If you don't understand it by now, it's useless to use your brain. Guo Xiaoxiao stood quietly aside, looking at Chen with admiration, and the light in his eyes was dotted. This kind of light is called worship. Chen smiled, did not answer the question, and asked, "Have you all upgraded too?" Speaking of this, Jiao Tianu suddenly grinned. He displays his level information. Extremely conspicuous LV.9. It is said that level 5 is a threshold. After level 5, upgrading will be very slow. It seems that it is not as difficult as said. Jiao Tianu was extremely proud, but he also knew that if it weren't for following Chen, he would never have reached level 9 now. It would be good to reach level 6. Guo Xiaoxiao has also been promoted to level 9, and all attributes have been greatly improved, but compared to Jiao Tianu, they are still far behind. After all, her talent is only C level, while Jiao Tianu is B level. But even so, she was very satisfied. It seemed that she had made the right choice to accept Jiao Tianu's invitation and join the team. While the three of them were talking, there was a burst of chaotic footsteps in the valley. Several people looked sideways and saw that Lu Yunfei's team was back again. Not only that, Lu Yunfei also brought 2 other teams, and the captains of these 2 teams were also B-level main battle professions. As soon as the group of people arrived here, their eyes were immediately attracted by the red-scaled python lying on the ground, dying. Lu Yunfei looked at the red-scaled python in shock and immediately ran over. Chen, how did you do it? After Lu Yunfei left here, she did not leave. After all, she couldn't bear to see Chen hit an egg against a stone. Although it was not life-threatening, it would delay the upgrade progress. It was true that she wanted to win against Chen, but she had to win in an upright manner. So Lu Yunfei went to lobby other teams and successfully invited 2 strong teams to come back to support Chen. But she never imagined that when she came back, she would see such a scene. Chen had actually killed the red-scaled python, and the thunder beast had disappeared. Chen didn't speak, but his eyes looked at Lu Yunfei a little kinder. It seems that Lu Yunfei did not really leave, but went to seek help. Jiao Tianu said proudly, "Ha ha ha, Lu Yunfei, you should regret it. I told you not to believe our brother Chen. Now we eat meat and you can only drink soup." Lu Yunfei was too lazy to pay attention to Jiao Tianu. She stared at Chen. "Chen, what level are you at?" Chen did not hide it and showed his rank. LV.10. Seeing Chen's level, everyone behind her, including Lu Yunfei, took a sharp breath. How can it be? Most of them are only at level 5, only a few geniuses have reached level 6, and Chen has actually reached level 10. Is that human being? Everyone felt the huge gap between themselves and Chen. As we all know, after level 5, the experience points required for upgrades increase significantly. Most of them would be satisfied if they could reach level 10 before the unified examination. And level 10 is enough for them to attend a pretty good school. And now, Chen did it in just 2 days. No, it's less than 2 days, and it's not time for the secret realm to end yet. Everyone looked at Chen with complicated eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. Chen didn't want to waste time. After taking a short rest, he waved to Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao, and the 3-person team entered the forest again. Before the secret realm ends, they still need to hunt as many monsters as possible and raise Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao to level 10 as soon as possible. In this way, they can apply to explore secret places outside the city. Although the secret realm outside the city is dangerous, it has another benefit. That means you can explode equipment. In the secret realm of the school, the monsters are weak and suitable for leveling, but the monsters killed cannot be brought out and will be automatically taken back by the secret realm. The secret realm outside the city does not have these restrictions. As long as you have the strength, not only can you obtain various materials, but you can also take out the monsters you kill and sell them to the monster merchants outside the secret realm. In addition, after killing the monsters, there is a small chance that can explode equipment. The higher the level and the stronger the monster, the higher the chance of breaking out the equipment, and the better the quality. With the blessing of equipment, their strength can reach a higher level. When the time comes to take the unified examination, they will be on the same starting line as the children of wealthy nobles. Lu Yunfei naturally didn't need to think about this. With the strength of the Lu family, they would naturally prepare the most suitable equipment for her. But most of my classmates are just ordinary families. If they want equipment, they can only kill the monsters by themselves. The 3 of them wandered in the forest, looking for scattered monsters. After the death of the red-scaled python, the group of monsters lost its previous organization. Each had its own territory and was scattered throughout the forest. Before the time in the secret realm ended, Chen found 3 more groups of magical beasts. One group was a group of 3-eyed demon apes, with a maximum level of 17 and 15 in number. A group of gargoyles numbered more than a dozen. There was also a group of long-tailed raccoon dogs, with more than 20 of them. After killing these 3 groups of monsters, Chen and the others searched again for more than an hour, but to no avail. This showed that there were not many groups of monsters left in the forest. The experience points of Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao increased by another 30%. However, Chen only increased by 10%. It seems that not only level 5 is a hurdle, but level 10 is also a hurdle. After reaching level 10, the experience points required for upgrading have increased significantly. Chen thought to himself. He had already felt the pull of the secret realm, so he stood quietly, waiting to be teleported out of the secret realm. At this time, outside the secret realm, as students were teleported out of the secret realm one after another, the joy on everyone's faces was obvious. Life professionals have all reached level 3. Next, there will be no teachers to take them. If they still want to continue to upgrade, they can only pay some price and ask those teams with good combat effectiveness to take them to the intermediate secret realm. As for the combat effective team, the members have basically reached level 5. Next, they will choose to enter the intermediate secret realm and hunt high-level monsters. But they don't know that at least half of the monsters in the intermediate secret realm have been hunted by Chen's team. Before the secret realm is refreshed, it will be difficult for them to find a large group of monsters. The school secret realm is a special secret realm, and the monsters in it are even weaker than the adventure level secret realm, which is the lowest difficulty among the wild secret realms. Refresh times also vary, taking 72 hours to refresh. With a flash of white light, Chen's team and Lu Yunfei's team teleported out at the same time. Lu Yunfei glanced at Chen. Snort. This time she did not compare with Chen, but left directly, which attracted many people's curious eyes. Who messed with our Lu University beauty? Is there someone who dares to go against Lu Yunfei because he has the heart of a bear but the courage of a leopard? Hey, look, Lu Yunfei is already at level 7. Hiss, level 7, he is indeed a genius. At this upgrade rate, Lu Yunfei will basically be booked into a top university. I think it's fine at Yanqing Academy. People were talking a lot, but Chen walked towards Xu Xian and said directly. Principal, I want to go to a secret place outside the city, is that okay? Xu Xian was drinking tea. Hearing this, he spurted out a mouthful of tea. He widened his eyes and looked at Chen in surprise. What did you just say? Seeing that Chen had actually reached level 10, Xu Xian became excited again. Chen broke the record again. In just 2 days, he has already reached a height that others may not be able to reach in more than 10 days. At the same time, he also understood that Chen planned to go to the secret realm outside the city to level up and break out equipment to further arm himself. Some children from rich families naturally have no shortage of equipment. If ordinary civilians want to stand on the same starting line as them, they need to fight for it themselves. Therefore, after reaching level 10, many students will choose the secret realm outside the city, hoping to explode 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, so as to narrow the gap in strength with the children from rich families. Chen naturally thought the same way. Xu Xian happily took out a letter of recommendation and handed it to Chen. He was looking forward to it and wanted to see what kind of miracles Chen could create. In this unified examination, Linjiang No. 1 middle school will definitely shine. Looking at Chen's back, Xu Xian felt excited. The other side, after Lu Yunfei returned home, she locked herself in the room. Seeing the huge gap between Chen and her proud self-esteem could no longer rest. Seeing this, Lu Feihei sighed slightly. He understood that this was the knot in his daughter's heart. If it continues to develop, it may develop into obsessions or even inner demons, which is harmful to the improvement of strength. He asked the housekeeper to call Lu Yunfei. Feifei. Lu Feihei looked at his daughter in front of him lovingly. Looking at the entire family, the daughter is extremely dazzling. Whether it is talent, career, or upgrade speed, she is one of the best. She will definitely be the mainstay of the family in the future. Even if we look at the entire Shan province and even the entire Daxia kingdom, our daughter still stands out. Of course, the premise is not to compare with He Chen. Lu Feihe deliberately teased. Feifei, are you competing with He Chen again? Lu Yunfei looked defeated. Well, I lost again. That guy is simply not a human being. Lu Feihe laughed. How about Daddy taking action to deal with him secretly? In this way, you can firmly sit on the throne of Linzhong's #1. Don't want, Lu Yunfei exclaimed. I will solve my own problems myself. Lu Feihe looked at his daughter approvingly. Okay, then Dad doesn't care. However, He Chen's level is indeed rising quickly, but don't forget, this is just the beginning. After level 10, the leveling speed will further slow down, and it will become more difficult as you go to the next level. This shows the importance of professional advantages and equipment advantages. Dad believes that you will be able to defeat him in the unified examination. Lu Yunfei swept away the haze in her heart. She understood what her father meant. Although He Chen is excellent, it is only his personal excellence. How can you keep up with my accumulation of 3 generations if you have lived in poverty for 10 years? In addition to her own advantages, she also has a huge family and financial resources that ordinary people cannot imagine. There is enough money and enough resources. Now, not only does she have matching blue quality equipment all over her body, but she also has various boosting potions, which can greatly improve her combat effectiveness. The equipment on his body alone is worth more than 200,000 crystal coins. This is wealth that many people struggle to accumulate throughout their lives. These are her strengths and He Chen's shortcomings. The future outcome is still unknown. Her father's words made her feel like she was seeing the light of day. Lu Yunfei once again ignited his fighting spirit. Early the next morning, when He Chen came out of his home, he didn't go to the school. Instead, he got on the bus going out of the city. He had discussed it with Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao yesterday. The two of them continued to level up in the school's intermediate secret realm. One was a human shield and the other was an assassin. With the two of them working together, the average group of monsters was nothing to fear. What's more, there is also Thunder Beast secretly assisting. And he was alone in the second stage of training before the unified examination, participating in a real life and death fight in the wild secret realm. Without the school's talisman, if you encounter danger in the secret realm, there will be no teacher to rescue you. If you act too aggressively, your life may be in danger if you are not careful. But along with the risks are huge benefits. If he can break out good quality equipment, it can bring a huge improvement to his strength. In addition to equipment, some materials will also be dropped. These can be used to build equipment by blacksmiths in the life profession, or they can be sold directly. Some monsters can also provide flesh and blood. He does not have a dedicated team to capture monsters, but he can also kill them and put them into the grid space under the attribute panel. After being promoted to level 10, the number of grid spaces has increased to 20, and the load has also increased significantly. After going out and selling it to businessmen, it will also be a huge amount of income, which can greatly improve the lives of him and his sister. Soon, the bus passed through the city wall and arrived at the warrior distribution center set up outside the city. Because there are 3 secret realms nearby and there are many professionals, it has developed into a small town. The atmosphere outside the city is completely different from that inside the city. The tall city walls bring peace to humans, but the outside of the city is filled with chills. There are several unions and more than a dozen shops around the town. Each union is recruiting people. There are main combat professions and auxiliary professions. You can join without any restrictions. As for life professions, there are only some professions such as blacksmiths and enchanters. Only then will they be recruited. There are many shops on both sides, selling weapons and armor, as well as various consumables, strategies, maps, etc. At the same time, they also recycle various things produced by the dungeon. In addition to these, there are also officially established exchanges. The exchanges are controlled by the Empire. Although they will charge a certain fee, they are officially guaranteed, so there is no need to worry about being deceived. He Chen came here and handed the school's letter of introduction to the exchange. After some verification, he received a notice allowing him to open an account. Opening an exchange account not only means being able to trade and purchase information here, but also provides access to the secret realm. This was the first time Chen came here. Before that, he had only seen it in books and on the internet. Theoretically, every citizen of the Daxia Empire can come here to open a trading account, but in fact, most of the professionals have nothing to do with the exchange in their lives. The exchange is aimed at the secret realm, and only people who often go in and out of the secret realm have trading needs. Chen found the account opening area. The operation here was very simple. There was a dented fingerprint on the 7 or 8 metallic countertops. Chen put his hand on it, and his relevant information was displayed on the screen next to it. Identity authentication successful. Name, Chen. Citizen of the Daxia Empire. Household registration, Linjiang City. Do you want to open an exchange account? Chen clicked on the screen. Yes. A flash appeared on the screen. You have successfully opened a Daxia Empire exchange account. Current contribution. 0. Permission level. Level 1. Because it has just been opened, Chen only has first level authority. If you want to increase your authority, you must have a contribution level, and there are several ways to increase your contribution level. Trade with exchanges. Complete tasks issued by the exchange. Provide intelligence to exchanges, or hold a position in the Daxia Empire. Each type will provide different levels of contribution. When the contribution reaches a certain amount, the authority can be increased. Once the authority is high, he can also have privileges such as participating in higher-level trade fairs and accessing some confidential information. But these are things for the future. What he has to consider now is how to obtain equipment and valuable things in the secret realm. Everything here is not cheap. Even if you just want to arm yourself initially, it will cost at least 5,000 crystal coins. This is almost equivalent to half a year's living expenses for Chen and his sister. There is no other way. He can only enter the secret realm now, but Chen is not worried. He believes that with his own strength, he can quickly collect the equipment he needs. Chen turned to the task page and started browsing. Before entering the secret realm, you can pick up a few tasks to complete. Recycle various materials from the black tiger, no limit to the quantity. Starting from 20 crystal coins per serving. Recycling pink Ganoderma lucidum, 70 crystal coins per serving. Recover cabbage caterpillars, 2 crystal coins each. These are the needs of life professionals. They are important players in maintaining the circulation of the social system. Chen looked at the secret realms he could enter again. He was now at level 10 and there were 3 secret realms he could enter, namely the Dark Forest, the Road of Despair, and the Poisonous Swamp. The restricted levels of these 3 secret realms are 10 to 17, and those above level 17 cannot enter. The difficulty of the secret realm is also divided into 3 types, namely Adventure level, Warrior level, and King level. The Adventure level and Warrior level will only produce Warcraft materials, and only the King level will drop equipment. Under each secret realm, there are some simple strategies. After a few cursory glances, Chen had a rough estimate. When the level of the monsters is the same, the strength of the monsters in the Adventure level should be about the same as the monsters in the intermediate secret realm of the Academy, while the strength of the monsters in the Warrior level will be about half stronger, and the various statistics are probably close to those of ordinary professionals of the same level. As for the King level, the various attributes of the Warcraft will be greatly improved, which is extremely dangerous, and few warrior teams will choose it. Chen suddenly saw a link to the mission entrance under a guide. After clicking on it, it showed. Highly difficult task. Enter the King level secret realm of the Dark Forest, kill the boss Minotaur Stone Golem, and obtain the natal crystal core of the Minotaur King. Task reward. 1,000 crystal coins, any piece of blue equipment in the exchange, 600 contribution points. Although the crystal coins are not given much, you can choose any blue equipment. You know, the cheapest blue equipment on the market costs 10,000 crystal coins. A slightly better one can even cost tens of thousands of crystal coins. Some enchanted and strengthened ones even cost more than 50,000 crystal coins. Some special equipment is even more expensive but not marketable. Chen just took a quick look at the exchange's equipment catalog and found a lot of enchanted equipment, which made him greedy. As for the optional blue equipment in the mission reward just now, although it is not top-notch, it is not bad either. Chen estimated that the value is around 20,000 crystal coins. This is just a mission reward. You must know that the king-level secret realm itself has a certain chance of dropping blue equipment. In other words, as long as he clears the king-level secret realm of the Dark Forest, regardless of whether any equipment drops, he will be able to receive a piece of blue-quality equipment from the exchange when he comes out. By then, his combat power will be improved again. The rewards are so generous, which also represents the difficulty of this task. It can be said that 9 out of 10 teams are not even qualified to challenge here. Not to mention how strong the boss Warcraft Minotaur King in the king-level secret realm is. Just to see the boss, I am afraid I have to break through the secret realm and pass through the layers of obstacles of the Warcraft in the entire secret realm. Therefore, unless you have crushing strength, you must not enter easily. But Chen had his thoughts at this time. Of course, he would not be so trusting, thinking that he had the strength to penetrate the secret realm alone. But it doesn't happen now, which doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. You know, he is only at level 10 now. If he reaches level 17, he will be confident that he can challenge the secret realm alone. As for now, be on the safe side and start trying from the adventure level secret realm. Chen walked out after accepting several tasks to collect materials in the adventure level secret realm. Arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, the guard guarding the secret realm confirmed Chen's information and was very confused. Assistant, he has seen powerful main battle professions who ventured into the secret realm alone, but he had never seen an assistant dare to enter the secret realm alone. However, there was indeed no problem with Chen's identity information, and they couldn't stop him, so they had no choice but to say, "I suggest that you'd better go to the Warriors Guild to form a team. The secret realm is very dangerous, and it will kill you if you are not careful." Chen smiled, but still expressed that he wanted to enter the secret realm. The guards have no choice. After all, their main duty here is to monitor the situation in the secret realm and identify professionals with problems. However, they have no right to stop professionals whose identities are not in question. However, they still warned, "Don't be curious, because curiosity will kill you. The monsters at night are more dangerous. If something goes wrong, don't hesitate and escape as soon as possible. Life is the most important thing. No one cares about face." Chen could tell that the other party was kindly admonishing him, so he nodded in thanks. Then I chose to go in. Stepping into the door of the secret realm, Chen had an option in front of him. Please select the difficulty: adventure level, warrior level, king level. Chen directly chose the adventure level. With a flash of white light, Chen seemed to have entered another world. It's dark here, and the sky seems to be blocked by thick dark clouds. It looks somewhat similar to his domain, but in fact it is completely different. His domain is like hell, cold and terrifying, but here it is just a dim sight. He was in a forest, with towering trees everywhere, mist drifting in the forest, and visibility was not high. The air was filled with the smell of decaying leaves, mixed with a faint fishy smell. There seemed to be roars of beasts in the distance. Chen saw not far away, a team of 4 or 5 professionals, besieging a group 3 meters high. About 3 meters away, there is a red minotaur with one side all over its body. Chen saw the information about the minotaur. LV.10 Minotaur. Skill: Stunning Roar. Skill: Collision. As for the attributes, they are similar to the monsters in the school's intermediate secret realm. They are more powerful and have good defense, but their mental attributes are low. If you use magic to attack, they can cause high damage. Soon, the Minotaur was captured by a team of professionals. Chen was also spotted over there, and several people cast warning glances. Chen chose another path and began to gradually explore the forest. Not long after, he also encountered a Minotaur, also at level 10, almost the same as the one that the team had surrounded and killed before. Chen released the domain, and the ghost monsters in the domain swarmed up and killed the Minotaur in an instant. Kill the Minotaur, experience value plus 350. Obtain horns. Obtain horn 1. I'm lucky, it's a green grade material. On the exchange, the recycling price is 60 crystal coins. If you sell it to an outside merchant, you can get up to 65. The process of killing the Minotaur just now was very simple. Chen also had an idea of the strength of the monster here. Immediately, he didn't bother to search anymore and directly released the domain. After the enhanced nether realm, Every time Chen improves by 1 level, the range will automatically increase by 20 meters. A 200*200 field appeared instantly, covering a large forest. All movement in the field could not escape his sensing. Chen immediately discovered 2 magical beasts hidden in it. LV.10 Dryad. LV.11 Dryad. These are 2 tree spirits. The most outstanding thing is their defensive ability, but they move slowly and pose no threat at all unless they get too close. And very afraid of fire. Facing this kind of monster with obvious shortcomings, Chen asked the ghost monster in the field to retreat, and his heart moved. Drain. 2 red apertures immediately surrounded the tree spirit monster, and the tree spirit's blood volume dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kill the tree spirit and get wooden board X2. In less than 3 minutes, the 2 monsters died directly under Chen's absorption skills. Absorption can provide some feedback to Chen. After the 2 tree spirits were killed, Chen felt that he had almost no consumption. In this state, he can transform into a tireless, never-ending fighting machine. Chen began to move quickly towards the depths of the forest. Within the scope of the domain, he did not worry about being attacked at all and could ignore all traps and obstacles. Kill the Minotaur, experience value plus 290. Kill the Elite Minotaur, experience value plus 560. Kill the Elite Tree Spirit, experience value plus 550. Chen was moving forward quickly, and before he knew it, his experience gauge had reached half. At this speed, he was very likely to be upgraded today. The surrounding woods began to become sparse, and Chen found that the terrain here began to rise. Soon, Chen encountered a new kind of minotaur. This kind of minotaur is more than 2 meters tall and is covered in green, but it wears a simple cloak and armor, and also holds weapons in its hands. LV.15 Bullhead Guard. Surrounding each minotaur guard is a group of ordinary minotaurs, including 3 or 4 elites. Chen rushed over without politeness. When the minotaurs discovered him and all rushed over, he covered them all with his domain. The melee in the field lasted for 10 minutes and ended, and Chen's experience gauge increased a lot again. Get horns 15. Obtain beef bones 5. The value of the cow bones is much higher, 85 crystal coins. Unfortunately, the output of cow bones is too small, and you can only get 1 by killing the cow-headed guard. By absorbing it, Chen constantly replenished his own consumption during the battle, and quickly slaughtered all the minotaurs. Next, Chen found 2 more groups of monsters with bull-headed guards. After destroying them, not only did he collect all the items required for the tasks he took on, but his experience gauge also reached 95%. If nothing else happens, if he finds another group of Warcraft, he will be able to level up. Along the way, Chen felt very relaxed. This upgrade path was so much faster than others. Looking at the time, it was probably getting dark outside now. Chen continued to look for the group of monsters, hoping to reach level 11 today. However, after searching around, Chen looked at the empty woods and felt helpless. No more weird. He set his sights on the center of the secret realm, where the BOSS was located. Since the world of Warcraft can no longer be found in the periphery, let's just deal with the boss. Chen came to the center of the secret realm. It was no longer a forest, but an open space. The temperature had also increased a lot. It was no longer as humid as in the forest, but felt a bit dry and hot. Soon, Chen discovered the traces of the Minotaur. They were 3 Minotaur guards, followed by 3 elite-level Minotaurs. The Minotaur guards seemed to be patrolling. Not far away, there was a supergiant Minotaur like a hill, lying on the ground, making bursts of thunderous snores. LV.15 Boss-level Monster Minotaur Gargoyle. Power, 331. Agility, 77. Physique, 186. Skill 1. Stunning Roar. Skill 2. Collapse. Skill 3. Amplified Explosion Hegemony. The moment Chen appeared, the 3 bull-headed guards and the 3 elite bullheads roared angrily. They seemed very angry at the intrusion of humans and rushed over immediately. The boss Minotaur also stopped snoring, opened its bull eyes as big as lanterns, and cast a contemptuous look at Chen. Moo. The boss-level red bull-headed stone statue stands 10 meters high, like a hill, full of oppression. However, in Chen's opinion, this so-called boss-level monster is somewhat overpowering. Chen released the domain, not only covering all the guard minotaurs and elite minotaurs that rushed over, but also the boss-level minotaur. Go! Chen pointed at the minotaur monsters, and the group of ghost monsters in the domain immediately pounced on them like wolves. The ghost red-scaled python shuttled through the minotaur monsters and rushed straight towards the boss-level minotaur stone statue, fighting fiercely with it. The level of the red-scaled python is LV.17. Although after becoming a ghost monster, all attributes have dropped by 1/3, but the boss monster bull-headed stone statue is also suppressed by the double negative buff of Chen's domain and absorption. So overall, the ghost red-scaled python still has a slight upper hand. After the other ghost monsters had eliminated all the minotaurs and came to support, the red-scaled python completely suppressed the boss minotaur statue. The red dragon python spiraled up the body of the bull-headed stone statue, rushed to its neck, strangled it tightly, and activated the death coil skill. The other ghost monsters rushed up, filled with flames and toxins. In less than 3 minutes, with an unwilling roar, the boss minotaur fell. Kill the boss minotaur, experience plus 7,150. Get red cowhide x1. Level plus 1. A series of prompts flashed by, and Chen finally successfully reached level 11. Chen looked at his own screen. As expected, the 2 attributes of spell strength and mental strength had been significantly improved. Other attributes are not significantly improved. Overall, he is becoming more and more of a mage type. But there is a slight difference, that is, his soul power has also increased greatly. For ordinary mages, there are few places where soul power can be used. Chen also added the newly obtained skill points to Drain without hesitation, allowing Drain to cause more damage to the target. At the same time, the amount of blood that can be absorbed from the target per unit time also increased a lot. In this way, the negative effects brought about by absorption are generally not inferior to his native skill, Netherworld, but the emphasis of the 2 skills is different. Chen reviewed the battle of the day. In essence, he is indeed an auxiliary. Both skills apply negative buff, but these 2 are ridiculously strong, almost equivalent to attack skills. In terms of comprehensive combat performance, Chen is not inferior to any main battle profession. After constantly replacing low-level ghost monsters in the field, Chen's strength is also constantly improving. It is already difficult to find opponents at the same level. Now, even if he faced the Thunder Beast in the school's secret realm, he was 70% sure of winning. Whoosh! Just when Chen was about to leave the secret realm, a spear suddenly flew over and was inserted in front of Chen. The spearhead penetrated into the ground, and the exposed half was still trembling slightly. Chen had always maintained the domain, just to reduce consumption, so he kept it at about 3 meters. If he had not been in the domain just now and he had changed his position in time, the spear would not have hit the ground, but his body. Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. He has long heard that there will be individual adventurers in the secret realm who have wrong ideas. Their target is not Warcraft, but other professionals who come to the secret realm to explore. It seems that I also encountered it today. Chen looked in a certain direction and saw a dark shadow over there. It moved very vigorously and disappeared into the woods after a few ups and downs. Judging from the opponent's movements, he should be a professional who is good at speed, but his level is not high. Chen's current agility attribute is 144 points. If he chases with all his strength, he can catch up with the opponent without leaving the secret realm. However, just as he was about to lift his feet, Chen stopped again. There was a somewhat mocking look in his eyes. He had heard that the thugs who specifically targeted adventurers were full of tricks. It may seem like you missed a hit and ran away immediately, but in fact, you won't find yourself in a trap until you actually catch up. Maybe there is a trap ahead, waiting for you to jump into. After a little thought, Chen directly released the largest area. After the upgrade, Chen's largest area coverage has been able to reach 220*220. There is an advantage to opening up the field. As long as the opponent enters the 3-dimensional space within 220 meters away from him, Chen can not only detect it immediately but can even launch an attack immediately. If you want to set a trap for me, it depends on whether you have the strength. Chen, an expert in art, was bold and unhurriedly chased in the direction where the black shadow had just fled. The highest level restriction for entering the secret realm is level 17, and with his current strength, he is really not afraid of professionals below level 17. He wanted to see who was planning on him. Sure enough, just 10 minutes after chasing him out, Chen suddenly felt that 2 people had broken into his domain. The 2 people were very vigilant and noticed the clues as soon as they were covered by the domain. Before Chen could summon the ghost monster, after a group attack, the 2 men immediately changed direction and left the scope of the domain. Chen stopped and had no intention of continuing to chase. He wants to make the other party confused about his reality. Chen's eyes narrowed, feeling cold and restrained. You guys can run fast. Those people dared to set traps to ambush him. If one day they fell into his hands, Chen would never show mercy, otherwise he would be leaving trouble for himself. What Chen didn't expect was that he would soon see the true faces of these people. Early the next morning, Chen once again accepted a few simple tasks and entered the secret realm. This time it was still a dark forest, but the difficulty was raised to a level, this time it was warrior level. At first glance, the secret realm of the warrior level is not much different from that of the adventure level, but the strength of the monsters is very different. At the adventure level, Chen opened the realm and allowed the ghost monsters to kill randomly. There was no one-stop solution. Enemy. After reaching the warrior level, his pace slowed down a lot. The number ratio of elite minotaurs and minotaur guards has been greatly increased, and many of them can withstand the first round of attacks from the ghost monster group. Chen spent most of the day in the secret realm before he finished exploring the outer area. At this rate, it might be difficult to explore the secret realm in one day. After a battle, Chen captured a large group of minotaurs. The task of collecting materials has been completed ahead of schedule, but the experience slot is still far from enough. There is only 30% experience value now. According to Chen's estimation, if he wanted to level up, he would probably have to kill at least 1,000 minotaurs. He found an open space, lit a bonfire, and sat next to it eating dry food. Even if he has the ability to absorb and maintain all his attributes, he will still be hungry when he should be hungry. The bonfire was burning firewood, making a crackling sound. Chen used a branch to wear a piece of monster meat, which was roasting sizzlingly. In addition to the material output, the killed monsters also had flesh and blood, but compared to the mission materials, these flesh and blood seemed worthless, and there was no need to take them away. Soon, the Warcraft meat was roasted until it was golden and shiny. Chen sprinkled on the secret dipping sauce and was about to start eating. A man wearing black clothes and a mask came out of the woods in front. Little brother, can you give me some food? Hearing that the voice was that of a woman, Chen glanced at it but said nothing. The woman sat in front of the bonfire, brought over a familiar piece of barbecue and ate it. Level 11, Auxiliary Profession, Controller of Hell. Oh, is this the first time I've seen this kind of auxiliary profession? The woman looked at Chen with interest, her eyes on the mask full of curiosity. Chen paused slightly. He didn't reveal his level information, how could the other party see it? Seemingly sensing Chen's doubts, the woman chuckled, took out a badge from her collar, and said proudly. This is called the Exploration Medal. Even if you don't reveal your career information, I can still see it. Chen was secretly shocked. He had heard of the Exploration Medal, but this was his first time seeing it. I didn't see anything like this among the products on display at the exchange. Maybe I didn't have access to it because I didn't have enough authority. This also shows that the woman in front of me may have a good background. Chen did not speak and continued to eat the meat silently. In fact, Chen had already discovered this woman when she approached. Even when there is no battle, Chen still exudes spiritual power and can summon the realm at any time. The range that his mental power can perceive is not as large as the field, but fortunately the consumption is very small. Before entering the secret realm, Chen felt a gaze staring at him. After entering the secret realm, this feeling became even stronger. Along the way, Chen did not move forward quickly. One reason was that he wanted to see who was following him. Now it seems that she is the woman in front of me. Maybe the other party is related to the person who attacked him yesterday. Chen remained calm, wanting to see what tricks the other party wanted to play. Little brother, what's your name? Chen said calmly. My name is Jiao Tianu. At this time, Jiao Tianu, who was still working hard to upgrade in the school's secret realm, suddenly sneezed. The woman observed Chen and felt that Chen was not difficult to get in touch with. Maybe he just didn't like to talk. She thought for a while and said, "Did you also come in alone to explore the secret realm?" Chen nodded slightly. The woman was immediately very happy and introduced herself. "I also came in alone. My name is Su Mi. I am the main professional plant hunter. You are the auxiliary profession. How about we form a team so that we can explore faster?" Plant hunter is a relatively unpopular main battle profession, but it is not very strong. It can control plants to fight, which is more advantageous in environments with many plants. In other environments, it is much weaker than ordinary main battle professions. Chen's eyes moved slightly, and he already had an idea in his mind. He wanted to see what the woman in front of him had planned. Good. Seeing Chen agreeing so happily, Su Mi became even more happy. She took out a map and pointed to the current location. "We are close to the center of the secret realm. If we go further inside, we will meet the bull-headed guards. These bull-headed guards are very strong, but you don't have to worry. There are many plants here. This is my home field. My sister will protect you." Su Mi curled her fingers at Chen frivolously. Chen grabbed a handful of soil, extinguished the bonfire, got up and left. "Hey, little brother, don't worry." Sumi stood up hurriedly. Chen's footsteps did not stop at all. Looking at Chen's back, a subtle smile appeared on Sumi's lips. "Young man, if you fall into my hands, you can't escape." The next moment, Sumi suddenly changed his face again and chased after him with a smile on his face. "Little brother, don't worry, wait for me, sister." Chapter 21. Little brother, your field is really good, but it's a pity that you can add negative buff to Warcraft, and you can't add positive buff to me. It seems that your profession is not very good either. Sumi said. Just now, Chen and Su Mi encountered a small group of bull-headed monsters. Chen used domain coverage to suppress the monsters. Su Mi took action and easily eliminated them all. Chen watched her performance quietly, without using any skills or letting the ghost beast appear. Chen smiled lightly. The main combat profession is really powerful. Hearing this, Su Mi was very happy and giggled. Then she pointed in a direction and said, "Next, let's go over there." Chen looked in the direction she pointed and found that it was a mountain col with a pool at the bottom, surrounded by high terrain and dense vegetation. Chen frowned. Most professional teams would not be willing to enter such a terrain, because once there are too many monsters, they will be very passive and it will be inconvenient to fight at a distance. Especially if the monster is too strong, it will be very difficult to retreat. That direction should be a Jedi. Aren't we going to the center of the secret realm to kill the boss? Chen stared at Sumi's reaction. The woman smiled charmingly. Little brother, you are really cautious. Don't worry, with my sister here, you still can't destroy a few monsters. My sister took you to level up because you were only at the 11th level. Just stay with her. Chen looked at her and said nothing. Along the way, Su Mi deliberately lured him here, fearing that her companions had already prepared an ambush by the pool. It's good that Chen is also a little impatient. He also wants to deal with this group of people as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome sooner or later if they keep staring at him. Good. The two of them moved forward again and soon entered the mountain col and came to the waterhole. Just when Chen was observing whether there were monsters around him, Su Mi suddenly had a wooden thorn in his hand, and when Chen wasn't paying attention, he stabbed it towards Chen. Did you finally take action? Chen sneered, and the field under his feet spread, covering the opponent. Su Mi missed a single blow, but Chen had already appeared behind her, and a punch full of power hit Su Mi hard on the side. Sumi screamed in pain and staggered back a few steps, with a look of shock on his face. When did you find out? Chen could react so quickly, obviously he had been prepared and had been guarding against her. There was no expression on Chen's face. Call out your companions. Although Chen is not a strength-based profession, and the attribute panel focuses on spell strength and mental strength, his strength attribute is not low. After all, with the blessing of SSS talent, Chen's seemingly lower attributes are much higher than others. His punch just now made that Su Mi realize that Chen had hidden strength. Sumi's eyes were complicated, but she finally gritted her teeth, her eyes glowed fiercely, and she whistled. Soon, two figures appeared behind Chen, blocking his retreat. Chen glanced at the two of them and asked, "Who am I?" "Just two. Why are you so arrogant?" Sumi shouted. "You are dead today. The three of us are the main combat profession, and you are just a support. Don't even think about escaping. If you are wise, kneel down and kowtow 10 times, and then hand over everything you have. In this way, I can let you, your death will be less painful." While talking, the two men just now also came behind Chen and blocked his escape route. Chen sighed. "Since you have no other companions, then you all die." Sumi was stunned for a moment, then became angry. "You're still talking arrogantly here. I want to see if you dare to say that again after your arms and legs are broken." However, before she finished speaking, Chen's domain instantly expanded, covering those two people, and within the domain, the world became dim and filled with an aura of loneliness and desolation. In the misty black air, pairs of scarlet eyes gradually opened. Before Sumi could react, a black shadow rushed over, and in an instant, she was entangled by the ghost red-scaled python. "What is this? Help! Help me!" Sumi felt like she was being struck by a terrifying strangulation force. She screamed for help and activated her skills at the same time. The surrounding plants seemed to be on steroids and grew crazily, trying to wrap around the ghost red-scaled python. Several wooden thorns also emerged from the ground. Suddenly appearing, the red-scaled python was almost submerged by various plants in the blink of an eye. Unexpectedly, Sumi's explosive power in such a desperate situation was so strong. For a moment, even the red-scaled python was unable to withstand it. It's a pity that Chen is not the only ghost monster in the red-scaled python. The other ghost monsters rushed forward and easily released the restraints of the red-scaled python. They even breathed out flames and burned all the surrounding plants to death. Now Sumi had no choice but to do anything. On the other side, two men saw that the situation here was not good and rushed over quickly, but were stopped by Chen's ghost monster. "It's better to take care of yourselves first." Chen turned his head and said coldly. More than a dozen ghost monsters surrounded the two men, and the powerful pressure made them look pale. Sumi finally understood, and she said in horror, "Have you been hiding your strength?" Chen glanced at her with a half-smile, and the next moment, the red-scaled python opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Sumi in one gulp. On the other side, the two men felt their scalps go numb when they saw Sumi being instantly killed by Chen. They cursed silently. "Minato, you hit the wall. Didn't you say that he is just a support? How can he be so powerful? What the hell?" They originally thought that he was just an 11th level support and not very powerful, but they didn't expect Chen to kill one of their companions so easily. The two people retreated quickly, but this place was already covered by Chen's domain. With a thought in Chen's mind, the ghost monster forced them back. "How did you target me?" Chen came to the two of them and said coldly. There was a person who was dishonest and wanted to struggle. He raised his sleeves and shot several sleeve arrows towards Chen. The speed of Shujian was too fast, and Chen couldn't dodge it. They thought they succeeded and were about to be happy, but the next moment their expressions froze. In the realm, Chen is an immortal existence. After being hit by the sleeve arrow, he turned into black energy and dispersed, and then Chen appeared on the other side, unscathed. Chen pointed with his hand, and the ghost monster immediately pounced on it and cut it into pieces in the blink of an eye. It was too dead to be dead anymore. After killing two people one after another, Chen also had a trace of viciousness on his body. Combined with the already dark and depressing realm, which was as desolate as hell, he looked like a demon god. Seeing the tragic situation of his companions, the last remaining man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body was filled with chills, and a smell of urine emanated from his pants. He didn't expect that the seemingly harmless young man in front of him would be so decisive in his killing. He killed two of his companions so lightly, and his expression did not change. Seeing Chen looking over, the man immediately knelt down. "Little brother, please let me go. This was not my idea. Sumi is our captain." Chen moved his hand, and the red-scaled python placed a medal in his hand. It was the medal that Sumi had used to detect information about him. Looking at the man in front of him again, Chen found that this man's level was higher than that of Su Mi. Su Mi had previously said that she was level 16, but this man's level was level 17. Occupation information. Main battle occupation. Holy Light Knight. Level 17. The Holy Light Knight was famously powerful, and this man was even higher in rank than Su Mi. Chen didn't even believe that Su Mi was the captain. Chen looked at the man in front of him playfully, without trying to expose him, and asked, "Tell me, how did you target me?" After questioning, Chen also executed this man. However, he also discovered several problems. Just as he guessed, he was targeted because of his career issues and his actions of exploring the secret place alone. From the perspective of a bystander, it is indeed suspicious that an assistant dares to enter the secret realm alone. Then the other party also got the exploration medal, and found out that he was only level 11. He suddenly felt that he was a soft persimmon and pinched him with all his hands. The weak have no say, they find you weak and that is your original sin. If you can get some high-end equipment and props from Chen, you will naturally make a lot of money. Even if you don't get it, it won't be a loss. Anyway, it's just a robbery. Just bullying an assistant. The investigation medal that Chen received from Su Mi actually required the third-level authority of the exchange to purchase, and each medal had a special number, and the purchaser's information was recorded. This was a hot potato. Chen would have to throw away this medal when his authority reached and he could buy it. It's still useful to keep now. In addition to being able to detect other people's information, the detection medal can also block other people's detection and keep your own information from being leaked. This is the most important thing. Now that Chen has this medal, his security is greatly increased, but to completely hide his identity from others and reduce his own specialness, he still needs to find someone to form a team. Of course, the most ideal thing is to find Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao. Unfortunately, even today, they may not be able to reach level 10 and cannot enter the secret realm outside the city. Early the next morning, Chen came to the door of the Dark Forest secret realm again. This time he took on the king-level mission. Although there was no upgrade yesterday, the experience value is almost the same. You don't need to complete the upgrade today to upgrade, and you will be more confident of defeating the boss by then. There are many people waiting outside the secret realm. Many people's teams are not full and they are recruiting teammates. Some people noticed that Chen came alone and did not find anyone to form a team. They speculated that Chen might be a powerful main battler. He was a professional, and his level was not low, so he had the idea to invite him to form a team. "Little brother, what is your profession? Do you have any teammates?" "There is only one person in our team, so the division is very fair." "What is your profession?" Chen didn't answer and pretended not to hear. Several people tried to explore Chen's information, but Chen had the medal he received from Su Mi, so all those who investigated him returned in vain. "Young man, are you the main combat class? Our team already has human shields and support. If we add a main combat class, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Are you interested in joining us? It's better to join us. We happen to be short of a main battle profession. If we have equipment, you will be given priority. I'll give you half of the total profit, do you want to do it?" Many people realized that Chen was not a simple person. Dare to enter the secret realm alone, which already said everything, let alone a king-level secret realm. Without two brushes, entering would be tantamount to death. So they all rushed to invite Chen. However, Chen never talked to anyone from beginning to end. At this moment, the guard at the entrance to the secret realm shouted, "The king-level secret realm in the Dark Forest will be open soon. One last thing to remind you, the king-level secret realm is completely different from the adventure-level and warrior-level secret realms. The monsters inside are in a state of hunger and thirst, and are very easy to get angry. If you are defeated, you will not even be able to defeat them. There is no chance of escape, so be sure to think carefully before entering." The square became much quieter, and some teams that did not have enough people were already considering withdrawing. Seeing that there was no one in front of him, Chen went directly to the door of the secret realm and walked in. This no-nonsense style also made all the adventurers in the square stunned. He went in alone. "Are you too arrogant? This is a king-level secret realm. Was he already an adventure-level person? Single brush, great batch. I think he just wants to die. He probably can't think about it anymore. Maybe he's out of love. I don't know what profession it is. I couldn't detect it just now. It doesn't matter what profession it is, it doesn't matter what level it is, he won't be able to get out anyway. Yes, in all my life, I have never seen anyone dare to clear the king-level secret realm alone. There is no such thing in the entire history of Linzhong. Many people showed expressions of watching the show. Every year, there are many people who want to challenge the king-level secret realm of the Dark Forest, but the success rate is frighteningly low, and those people all form a team. Even so, the casualty rate was extremely high. In their view, simply clearing the king-level secret realm is tantamount to committing suicide. On the other side, Chen stood there for a long time without moving after entering the secret realm. The king-level Dark Forest is indeed very different. Compared with the dark forests of the first two levels, the king level is even darker, with extremely limited visibility. Gloomy shadows lingered in the forest, and there was a faint smell of blood. Even the air smells of danger. Next to a tree not far away, several eyes with green light opened. They were very strange. It was obvious that there was a magical beast secretly looking at Chen eagerly. Chen directly released the field. The domain covered a large forest and exposed several monsters to Chen. LV.13 Forest Guard, Demonic Cow. Skill, Earthquake. Chen looked at the attributes again and found that they were indeed much stronger than the same level monsters in the first two levels of Secret Realms. This is only the monster on the outer edge of the forest, which is the weakest level. The weakest ones are all at level 13, and the monsters inside are probably at levels 14 and 5. Just when Chen was about to deal with these two demonic cows, a sudden change occurred. The eyes of these two demonic cows turned scarlet, their auras became much stronger, and flames came out of their bodies. LV.13 Forest Guard, Demonic Cow, Rage. Skill, Explosion. Although the level has not changed, the attributes have improved a lot. Not only that, the skills have also changed. Before Chen could study it carefully, the two violent demonic cows had already charged over. Naturally, Chen couldn't let them get close, so the group of ghost monsters pounced on them. Right now, bang, with a huge noise, fire filled the sky, and two mushroom clouds rose. Those two demonic cows exploded. Two large pits 5 to 6 meters deep and more than 10 meters in diameter were left on the spot, and his ghost monster group was directly destroyed. In the empty field, Chen looked a little ugly. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came in, I suffered such a frustrating loss. No wonder so many people immediately change their expressions when mentioning the king-level secret realm. Sure enough, there is something about it. Chen's heart moved, black energy surged in the domain, and the ghost monster that had been destroyed before appeared again. Unless they are replaced by Chen, they are immortal existences in the realm just like Chen. After regaining some mental strength, Chen began to explore the forest. The monsters here seemed to be denser than the previous two levels. Before he had gone far, he encountered 3 forest guards, the demon bull. This time, Chen learned his lesson, and the group of ghost monsters pounced on them, not giving them a chance to go berserk. They attacked non-stop until all 3 demonic cows fell to the ground. Kill the forest guard demonic cow, experience value plus 3,600. Seeing the experience value prompt, Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The experience value is so high. All in all, it was almost 10 times higher than the monsters of the same level in the secret realm before. This is a good place to really level up. Chen was a little excited. As the level increased, the required experience points also increased more and more terrifyingly. Many people rose very slowly after level 5, and the higher the level, the slower it became. But as you level up, you can also enter secret realms with greater benefits. The only question is whether you have the strength to enter such secret realms. If you only dare to pick weak persimmons, it will be difficult to rise in level. If you use the king level secret realm to level up and increase the speed, I'm afraid it won't slow down much. Correct. Chen suddenly thought of something. He had just killed 3 demonic cows, and now he could replace the ghost demonic beast in the secret realm, but he just didn't know if the demonic cow that turned into a ghost would still retain the ability to self-destruct. Just do it. Chen immediately eliminated the 3 lowest level ghost beasts and replaced them with the demon cows he had just killed. After he issued the order, flames suddenly rose from the 3 demon cows, followed closely. Bang! As the 3 mushroom clouds rose, 3 huge pits were once again left on the ground. The power was extremely impressive. Seeing such a result, Chen was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. From then on, he had another big killer in his hand. With a thought in Chen's mind, black energy surged, and the 3 demonic cows that had just exploded appeared in the field exactly as they were. Chen has already thought that when he replaces all the ghost monsters in the field with this self-destructing magic cow, he will be equivalent to carrying a batch of mobile super bombs. Whoever is caught will be blown up. With this trump card in hand, even if it is a king-level secret realm, he will still walk sideways. Next, Chen stopped exploring carefully and started to advance quickly. Whenever he encountered a monster, whether it was a demon cow or a tree spirit, he would throw a walking bomb at it and harvest it directly. Kill the demonic cow, experience value plus 3,600. Kill elite tree spirit, experience value plus 5,500. Kill the elite guard demon bull, experience plus 5,600. Obtain beef bones 10. Obtain wood 5. Get rusty iron pieces 3. Messages appeared one after another with almost no pause, and his experience meter was also growing rapidly. Finally, after killing the second group of monsters, a glimmer of light flashed on his body. Current level: level 12. Chen finally reached level 12. He looked at the attribute panel. Sure enough, the spell strength and mental power had increased significantly. Other attributes still have not increased significantly. In addition, Chen's domain can now accommodate 22 warcraft. If all are replaced, then he has 24 super walking bombs. Chen has explored the secret realm of the Dark Forest twice before. Although the monsters in the king-level secret realm have changed greatly, the terrain has hardly changed. There are many roads here, and each of them will eventually lead to the center of the secret realm, where the boss is located. However, different roads will have different numbers of monsters to encounter. Others tried their best to find a path with fewer monsters, but Chen's main task now was to replace all the ghost monsters, so he chose a path that others would never choose. On this road, you will encounter the largest number of monsters. Keep pushing. Chen would not let go of any of the monsters he encountered along the way. Soon, he had replaced almost all the ghost monsters in the field. Only the red scale python, the ice wolf king, and the poisonous spider king were left without replacement. The reason why these 3 heads are left is because these 3 monsters are extremely fast and have the ability to restrain them. They can pounce on the monsters as soon as they are discovered to prevent the monsters from self-destructing. After all, once the warcraft self-destructs, he will gain nothing at all and will not gain experience points. However, Chen was still dissatisfied, because his ghost explosion group was now almost all ordinary monsters, with less than 3 elite monsters. Naturally, the higher the attributes of the explosive monster, the stronger its power. So ideally, it would be best for the explosion group to be composed of elite guards. So far, Chen has not met an elite guard. After killing 3 groups of monsters again, there were no other monsters on this passage. Chen turned his attention to the misty low mountain in the center of the secret realm. It seems it's time to meet the secret realm boss. As soon as they stepped into the low mountain, they encountered a huge monster that was covered in gray and looked like a stone. LV.15 Elite Guard Giant Rock Monster. Skill: Death Roll. This monster is like a hill, its body is made entirely of huge rocks, and its attributes are extremely strong in terms of physical defense. The red-scaled python tried its best to flick its tail, but it only made the giant stone monster retreat a few meters, but that was enough. 3 ghost monsters had already pounced on it. Before the giant stone monster could react, 3 huge shots hit its face. Of explosion. The violent explosion almost made the ground tremble slightly. When the smoke and dust dispersed in the sky, Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. The giant stone monster is not dead. No wonder the killing prompt was not heard. At this time, the giant rock monster was already covered in flames, and its body was rapidly gathering energy and turning red. Chen hurriedly shrank his territory and retreated. Almost at the same time, the giant rock monster exploded. The shock wave of the explosion flattened all the big trees within 100 meters, leaving Chen with lingering fear. If he hadn't had a domain, the explosion just now would have ended him directly. I really don't know how other people who broke into the secret realm of the king-level dark forest responded. I think there shouldn't be any good solutions for others, otherwise, the Dark Forest King-level mission on the Exchange's mission panel wouldn't have been available for so long, and the rewards would have been so high. Chen still underestimated the defense power of the giant rock monster. The three ghost monsters self-destructed at the same time. Even if the Thunder Beast suffered such a blow, it would definitely not be comfortable. The giant stone monster just now was not dead. This time it was a mistake. He continued to move forward and encountered three giant rock monsters again. This time, Chen directly let all the ghost monsters pounce on them. With a loud noise, a bottomless hole was left on the ground, which was as large as a football field, pit. Kill the giant rock monster, experience value plus 8,800. The experience value given by the giant rock monster is higher. Chen took advantage of the situation and replaced the three ghost bull heads. If ordinary ghost monsters are bombs, these three giant stone monsters are high explosive bombs. If it explodes in the face, even a level 20 monster might not be able to withstand it. The only drawback is the slow speed, so Chen does not plan to replace too many giant stone monsters. As the number of ghost monsters increases, Chen must also consider the tier configuration and try not to leave any shortcomings. Although this kind of explosion is very powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy. If it is used too frequently, it is very likely to drain my mental energy. Generally speaking, one should be careful when using explosions. Chen pondered. Right now, a roar came from the top of a mountain not far away. Roar. Chen's expression changed immediately. Has anyone already fought the boss? If the boss is defeated today, he will have to wait until the secret realm is refreshed tomorrow before entering again. Before Chen could make any move, a black shadow suddenly rushed over. After meeting Chen, he immediately went into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the group of giant rock monsters following closely, Chen cursed secretly. Maid, you're lying on your back. Obviously, someone went up to fight in the autumn wind, and ended up alarming the group of monsters, who were chasing them, and he became a shield. But this is good, it saves him going up. Chen stretched the domain to the maximum, and all the ghost monsters rushed forward, fighting with the chasing giant stone monster. As explosions sounded, the battlefield quickly calmed down. But this is not the end. A huge black shadow has appeared at the edge of Chen's domain. This monster has two long horns, and a pair of lantern-like bull eyes exuding bloodthirsty light. As the monster gradually approached, Chen discovered that this monster was actually 10 meters tall. Not only that, the body of the monster is entirely made of rock. LV.17 Elite Boss Bull Demon Stone Monster. Chen's pupils shrank. The boss appears. And it's an elite boss. The roar just now was made by the boss Bull Demon Stone Monster. Seeing the terrifying six-dimensional attributes of the Bull Demon Golem, Chen's face couldn't help but become a little more solemn. The only good news is that except for this boss, all other monsters have been solved by Chen. Next moment, boss's body suddenly ignited with flames, his whole body turned red, and he ran towards Chen. Grass. With an earth-shaking loud noise, the boss self-destructed. The huge shock wave almost turned the low mountain into flat ground, and the originally dense jungle was directly flattened. Even Chen's domain was affected, causing waves of fluctuations. Since his awakening, this is the first time Chen has seen an attack that can affect his own field. This also shows that the power of the boss explosion is indeed terrifying. When the aftermath of the explosion subsided, Chen searched for it, but could not find the natal core of the Toren king. This result is not unexpected. But Chen was in a bad mood. Originally, if I were to advance gradually, it would be very likely that I would be entangled by the ghost murderer as soon as I met the bull-headed king, and I would never give the bull-headed king a chance to self-destruct. As a result, someone lured out the Toren king first, causing his plan to fail. Chen looked in the direction where the man escaped just now. If he met him again, he would teach that guy a lesson. It was still early, and after Chen continued to search in the secret realm, he adjusted the ghost monsters in the realm to the state he was most satisfied with. The 8-headed elite guard gargoyle is slow but has extremely powerful explosive power. The speed is average, but it has a charging passive and a very impressive straight line speed. It is an elite demon bull with 8 heads. 3 heads of monsters responsible for entangling and binding. There are also 3 heads, which are elite level tree spirits. Although the tree spirit moves very slowly, it has the ability to attack from a distance. It can turn branches into small tree spirits and project them to a distance. The small tree spirits can attach to the target and explode. Secondly, these 3 tree spirits can also be used as his bodyguards. Although Chen is an immortal existence in the field, he doesn't want others to know. Keeping the tree spirit next to him can pretend to be a guard and make others think that this is his weakness. But in fact, this is his trump card. Defenses cannot do without. After the battle, Chen did not leave the secret realm this time. He found a place, lit a bonfire, and took a brief rest. At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, the secret realm would be refreshed, and he could start spawning monsters as soon as possible. In order to avoid excessive loss of mental power, Chen did not release the domain, but spread his mental power. Although it was not as good as the domain to present everything in front of his eyes, it also made his senses very sharp, and no disturbance could escape him. Anyone who approaches will be noticed by him immediately. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of the wind. Chen had already dealt with all the magical beasts within a kilometer of him. Before the secret realm was refreshed tomorrow, he would have no problem sleeping here. But now there is no magic beast that he can use to recover through absorption, so Chen simply ate something and started meditating. Not long after, Chen suddenly felt someone approaching. He opened his eyes and found a person walking slowly, looking very hesitant. Are you a professional here to level up? It's already midnight and you haven't gone out yet. Are you waiting for the secret realm to be refreshed early tomorrow morning? Chen remained calm, but he was already on guard. Regarding Sumi, he has realized that people's hearts are sinister. Soon, the person appeared in front of the fire. Chen frowned slightly and recognized him. Is her. His eyes were a little colder. This man was the man in black who had provoked the Toren king and used him as a shield. How dare you appear in front of me? Chen remained calm, but he wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. But it seemed like the person in front of him didn't recognize him. Is there anything to eat? The man in black asked. His voice was clear. She was a girl. She has a pair of big eyes, and the black pupils have a hint of blue under the firelight, which is very beautiful. Chen pondered slightly, took out a piece of roasted monster meat and handed it over. The girl did not dislike it. She pulled off the mask, revealing an extremely delicate face. She opened her mouth and immediately started to eat hungrily, giving a thumbs up while eating. It's delicious. Your cooking skills are great. Do you want to consider becoming a chef at my house? Chen did not speak, but looked at the girl in front of him. It seemed that the girl was about the same age as him. Logically speaking, she had awakened not long ago. How dare you enter a king-level secret realm alone? He used the detection medal, but there was no response. Apparently the other party also had a medal on him, which blocked his detection. Thank you. Cough cough cough. Before she could finish her words, she started coughing. Chen picked up the kettle next to him and threw it over. The girl caught it and immediately drank heavily. Thanks. She calmed down and politely thanked Chen. Chen said calmly, tell me, why did you provoke the Toren king? The girl was suddenly startled. She stared at Chen for more than 10 seconds before she recognized him. You are. She said very guiltily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it, and I didn't know you were there. Looking at the girl with a sincere face, Chen said again. Why provoke the Toren king? The girl was silent for a moment, and then said. I was forced to. Then the girl took the initiative to display her information. Lin Yubing, level 15, rare main battle profession, curse mage. This name is quite unique, and it probably comes from the meaning of summer insects that cannot speak of ice. Curse master. Chen thought for a while and remembered relevant information, but there was very little. Just like the name of the profession, the cursed seal mage is a spell attack profession, and its main attack method is the cursed seal. It is said that when the cursed seal mage attacks, it is easy to be killed instantly, but if you cannot defeat or kill it immediately, the cursed seal mage will superimpose many cursed seals on your body. After detonating, the damage will be terrible. The shortcomings are also obvious. If too few curse seals are stacked, the attack will be very weak. Therefore, what the curse seal mage needs most is time. Theoretically, as long as the number of curse seals stacked is enough, even mountains and rivers hundreds of miles around will be attacked. Instant destruction. She told the story. It turned out that when she was leveling up a few days ago, she was targeted by a group of people. Taking advantage of the fact that she had just finished the battle and lacked mental strength, they instantly subdued her and marked her body. Then the other party brought her in and asked her to lurk over and put a curse mark on the bull-headed king. When the number of curse marks was enough, she could kill the bull-headed king in one fell swoop. She had no choice but to do as she was told. She had a sneaking skill and avoided all the monsters along the way and got close to the Toren king. But just when she was applying the curse seal, someone was fighting at the foot of the mountain. The huge explosion made the Toren king a little restless, and she was discovered immediately. She had no choice but to run away desperately, and bumped into Chen on the road. I really didn't mean it, but you are so awesome, nothing happened to you. You hope something happens to me, right? No, that's not what I meant. I mean, luckily you're okay, otherwise, if I were involved, I would feel so guilty. Chen didn't care anymore. What the girl in front of him said didn't seem to be false. It seemed that there was indeed a group of people behind it. The plan was very loud: let others kill the Toren king, and they would reap the benefits. The girl hesitated for a moment and asked, "We seem to be about the same age. What is your profession? How dare you come in alone?" Chen thought for a moment and displayed his information. I just read the girl's message and treated it as a courtesy. Chen, level 12 mutation auxiliary profession, Hell Controller. The controller of Hell. The girl tilted her head, confused. Strange, why have I never heard of this profession? The girl was just slightly confused and then stopped worrying. It is said that 1 or 2 novel mutant professions appear every year, but most of these mutant professions are useless. Since Chen could face the bull-headed king without any damage, he should be of the mutated and strengthened type. Through communication, Chen also learned more about Master Curse Seal. Although the Curse Mage is the main battle profession, it is more suitable for cooperating with teammates, allowing them to attract attention in front, and she takes the opportunity to apply the curse. The only pity is that although this kind of curse seal is terrifyingly powerful, it only targets a single target and cannot produce range damage like the explosion of Warcraft. While he was thinking, Chen suddenly moved his eyebrows, and he noticed several people approaching. Lin Yubing also stood up suddenly and looked over nervously. 4 people surrounded them from 4 directions, leaving no loopholes. The other party came prepared. Chen glanced at them and saw that there was an archer, an armored knight, a priest, and a bald warrior carrying a big hammer. Lin Yubing frowned, looking helpless. You are going too far. I have tried my best. How can I kill the Toren king alone? How is this possible? The leading armored knight sneered and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't kill it, then you will compensate us for our losses and give us compensation equal to the value of the bull-headed king's natal core, and we will let you leave." Okay, Lin Yubing agreed without hesitation. Isn't it just a piece of blue equipment? If you let me go back, I will give you 2 pieces. Several people sneered. Anyone can brag. If you show it now, I will believe you. Isn't it just 2 pieces of blue equipment? How could I lie to you? Chen remembered that among the mission rewards for the bull-headed king's natal core in the exchange, the most valuable one was the blue equipment. The grades of equipment from low to high are white equipment, green equipment, blue equipment, and purple equipment. Most professionals mainly use white and green equipment. The value of blue equipment is extremely high. Unless they are from wealthy families, ordinary people really can't afford it. And when Lin Yubing opened his mouth, he was wearing 2 blue outfits, and his tone was so loud that even Chen didn't believe it. The armored knight looked at Chen next to him. I didn't expect you to find help, but it was useless. The flaws of the cursed seal mage are too great, and you can't escape from our hands. Lin Yubing quietly approached Chen and whispered, "They are looking for me. I will hold them back for a while. You run away quickly." In her opinion, Chen could escape from the bull-headed king, so it shouldn't be difficult to get rid of these people. Chen glanced at her and said calmly, "What about you? Don't worry. Lin Yubing gave him a naughty smile. Do you really think I don't have any other trump cards? Let me tell you, as long as I want to run away and pay a small price, no one can stop me. And if I am really fatally injured, a teleportation talisman will be activated immediately, and I can run away directly. Teleport home. Seeing the two whispering, the armored knight sneered. What, are you planning to escape? It's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, the archer next to him instantly fired an arrow into the sky. The arrow exploded in midair, and streaks of lightning spread out, sealing off the surrounding area like a power grid. The armored knight said proudly, now you are like a turtle in a urn, how can you run away? Lin Yubing's expression changed drastically. She finally realized something was wrong. Trapped by the power grid, even if she could escape, Chen would be implicated by her and fall into the hands of these people. Lin Yubing immediately took a step forward and protected Chen behind him. Don't mess around. It's none of his business. He and I don't even know each other. Seeing that the armored knights were unmoved, Lin Yubing gritted his teeth and took out a black card from his arms. There are 100,000 crystal coins in this crystal coin card. It should be enough to make up for your losses. Let us go. 100,000. The armored knight and others looked shocked, then showed greedy looks. Bring it here, if there really is 100,000 in it, I will let you go. Lin Yubing was about to throw the card over, but was stopped by Chen. Chen patted her shoulder. Don't believe him, even if you give it to him, he won't let us leave. Seeing that his trick was exposed by Chen, the armored knight suddenly became angry. You brat, where do you have the right to speak? Don't forget your current situation. You have no right to bargain with me. The priest next to him said sadly. What nonsense are you talking to them about? Just kill them and grab their things. Since they are so rich, I guess they must have other valuable things on them. Several people all laughed slyly, obviously thinking that they had caught a fat sheep. They had no intention of letting Lin Yubing go from the beginning. Because what they do is a dishonorable business, if anyone knows about it, they will become public enemies of professionals, so every time they do such a thing, they will kill people and silence them without leaving any evidence. Lin Yubing looked a little flustered. Although she lacked experience, she was not stupid. She could see at this time that the other party wanted to kill her and Chen from the beginning. Now she doesn't know what to do. The archer shouted. Let's do it, the power grid won't last long, don't let them get away. The bald warrior holding a hammer pointed at Chen with a grin. Leave this little guy to me, I'm going to smash him to pieces and eat him. After that, he grinned and walked towards Chen. Lin Yubing clenched her fist tightly. There is no other way, I really have to fight hard. Chen, you are an auxiliary. Don't fight with them. Run away as soon as the power grid disappears. After saying that, she formed a seal with her hands and struck a series of curse seals towards the bald warrior who had reached her attack distance. In the blink of an eye, the bald warrior's body was covered with cyan curse marks, and his whole body became more and more ferocious and terrifying. However, before Lin Yubing could detonate the curse seal, the bald warrior swung the hammer in his hand. Lin Yubing could only interrupt the spell casting and dodge in a hurry. Without Lin Yubing's mental support, the curse mark on the bald head slowly dissipated. Lin Yubing had a look of unwillingness in her eyes. The armored knight laughed loudly, drew his sword from his waist, and rushed towards Chen. They had already figured out Lin Yubing's attack methods. As long as they were careful, Lin Yubing posed no threat to them. On the contrary, Chen remained silent and never made a move. They wanted to see what happened. Chen's reality. Boy, take my sword. The armored knight's big sword was covered with a layer of mist. The attack power was obviously very amazing. If Chen was hit, he would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Get out of the way. Lin Yubing was too far away and had no time to stop him, so he could only shout at the top of his lungs. However, Chen seemed to be frightened and stood motionless. In her horrified eyes, the armored knight's sword struck Chen on the head impartially, and then cut Chen in half from top to bottom. No, Lin Yubing's face was filled with disbelief, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears, flowing down her face. She looked at several people angrily. Remember, my name is Lin Yubing of the Lin family in Yanjing. You will pay the price for your actions. At this moment, a chuckle suddenly appeared. The realm of the netherworld. The realm of the netherworld. The light sound fell into everyone's ears, and then the world seemed to change color. The already dark night sky was shrouded in black air, becoming gloomy, lonely, and desolate. The extremely depressing atmosphere almost made everyone in the field breathless. Netherworld Yellow Spring Domain Type Skills. Within a 240*240 range, all targets will reduce their attribute values by 12% and extract the target's blood volume. The lower the target level, the faster the extraction speed. Not only that, a blood-red halo appeared on the three of them. Drain. Drain blood from an individual target, rapidly reducing the target's blood volume and causing magic damage equal to 9% of the body's spell power every second. All attributes of the body are slowly restored. The armored knight and others obviously felt much heavier, and all their attribute values were forcibly reduced. Not only that, they also found that their blood volume was also losing rapidly. At this rate, even if they do nothing, they will be drained and die here in half an hour at most. The four of them were shocked and immediately stood close together in a defensive formation. Chen's figure quietly appeared next to Lin Yubing, and three giant tree spirits protected the two of them. In the dark fog, pairs of scarlet eyes opened one after another, and the ghost monsters with traces of black air surrounding them surrounded the four armored knights. The archer shot an arrow at Chen, but it was blocked by the tree spirit. The heavy hammer warriors and armored knights tried to break through the siege of the ghost monsters, but were forced back after several charges. There was no other way, the four of them could only defend with all their strength. The priest raised the book in his hand high and shed light, forming a protective shield around the four of them. The archer also shot the arrow of the electric grid again. This skill was originally used to trap the enemy, but now it can only be used to protect himself. But their self-preservation was like a joke in Chen's eyes. Chen's eyes contained no emotion at all, looking at them as if they were dead people. If you fall into his domain and cannot rush out immediately, you will become a lamb to be slaughtered. Now, who is the turtle in the urn? Chen said calmly. The armored knights looked at Chen in horror. They never expected that the silent young man next to Lin Yubing would be so terrifying. They are all veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time. In order to continue the business of killing and selling goods, they deliberately suppress their levels and their skill proficiency has been improved very high, just to be able to enter low-level secret realms and bully the novice professionals. Lin Yubing fell into their hands. But as the old saying goes, if you often walk by the river, your shoes will never get wet. Now they were in Chen's hands. The barriers of the power grid were just like the furnishings. They were swarmed by ghost monsters and torn apart. The priest's protective shield was even more vulnerable. The red-scaled python flicked its tail, and the protective shield suddenly collapsed like glass. The priest suffered a backlash and spit out a mouthful of blood. His body collapsed on the ground and was frozen into an ice sculpture by the ice wolf's breath of ice. Pastor, die. The remaining three people fell into an ice cave. Facing Chen, they didn't even have the strength to resist. It's really like meat on the chopping board, you can play with it as Chen wants. A feeling called despair climbed onto their pale faces. The armored knight raised his sword again and glared at Chen. I didn't expect that I made a mistake today, but you can't just kill us if you want. Even if we die today, we will still support you. He shouted loudly, knocked away the ghost beast in front of him, and rushed towards Chen. The other two were also infected by the armor knight's courage and began to fight against the surrounding ghost monsters. Chen looked at it indifferently. Since you are anxious to die, then I will help you. As Chen finished speaking, flames ignited on the bodies of more than a dozen ghost monsters, and their entire bodies turned red before the three of them could react. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen mushroom clouds rose into the sky, and violent explosions resounded throughout the sky. The ground is shaking, and the shock wave spreads, destroying everything in its path like a torrent. Armored knights, bald hammer warriors, and archers all had no chance of escaping from this horrific explosion, and no bones were left behind. There is no trace of this team in the world anymore. After a long time, the dust and smoke dissipated. Chen, who was protected by the three-headed tree spirits, and Lin Yubing were not injured at all, but the three-headed tree spirits were scarred and fell to the ground with a mournful cry. Before Lin Yubing could regret it, Chen snapped his fingers, and the ghost monster that had just died appeared again. Looking at this scene, Lin Yubing was stunned for a long time. Chen waved his hand in front of her. Scared, Lin Yubing finally came to her senses. She looked at Chen blankly and opened her mouth several times before finally asking. Chen, what is your profession? Are you really the assistant? Chen shrugged. Of course it's auxiliary. Isn't the career information displayed? Lin Yubing looked at Chen acting so naturally, and suddenly felt the urge to hit him. You call this auxiliary, but what do you call our main combat professions? Trash. Chen hooked his hand, and the ghost monster took the equipment of the people who had just been killed. After a professional dies, the equipment he is wearing will fall off, and the things in the attribute panel space will disappear. There were 6 pieces of equipment in total, and Chen looked at them one by one. Bow and arrow. Green equipment, strength plus 30, physical attack plus 2%, accuracy plus 10, enchantment, thunder and lightning, available at level 15. Magic book. Green equipment, spirit plus 30, spell attack plus 2%, available at level 15. Heavy hammer. Green equipment, strength plus 50, physical attack plus 3%, can be used at level 15. Great sword. Green equipment, strength plus 70, physical attack plus 3%, enchantment, armor breaking, can be used at level 15. Samurai iron armor. White, physical defense plus 50, constitution plus 20. Magic cloak. White, magic defense plus 40, physical defense plus 10, charm plus 5. The weapons of this team are all green. No wonder he is so powerful and dares to commit murder and swindle goods. In the exchange, the price of white equipment ranges from 300 to 1,000 crystal coins, while green equipment is much more expensive. Ordinary ones cost 2,000 to 3,000 crystal coins. The 2 enchanted ones cost at least 4,000 crystal coins to start with. Chen made a rough estimate and found that the value of this batch of equipment was about 12,000 crystal coins. I seem to have gotten rich. Seeing Chen looking at several pieces of equipment so seriously, Lin Yubing said disdainfully. They are all white and green. It seems that these people are really poor. No wonder they force me to get them a blue suit. Chen felt that there was something wrong with the girl next to him, that she liked to brag. He put away all the pieces of equipment, and Lin Yubing had no objection to this. Lin Yubing reminded, there are merchants out there who buy equipment. Although they offer high prices, some people may know these pieces of equipment, so you'd better not sell them to them. The price offered by the exchange is lower, but it's safe. Chen nodded slightly, but he didn't expect this. After he sells these pieces of equipment, he should be able to purchase a set of green equipment according to his needs. In addition to these pieces of equipment, there is also a scroll. It does not disappear when the professional dies, so it seems to be a special item. Special items are generally very valuable. They took this from me. I just opened a treasure chest and they saw it. Lin Yubing said angrily. Seeing this scroll reminded her of being robbed. There is a chance that a treasure chest will appear in the king-level secret realm, but Chen has never seen it. He did not expect Lin Yubing to be so lucky. Lin Yubing said, don't worry, even though I discovered it, it's your trophy now, and I won't compete with you. You can't steal it either. Chen said calmly. Lin Yubing rolled her eyes, turned her head and sulked. Chen picked up the scroll. Elementary copy scroll. Copy the skills of any professional below level 20. Chen had heard that this kind of scroll, even if it was a rudimentary one, was worth more than 100,000 crystal coins. It was very expensive. No wonder Lin Yubing was so angry. By selling this scroll, his plan to change to a green outfit can be upgraded to include 2 blue outfits. Hopefully, if he encounters a few more teams like this, he will have the money to enchant. At this time, Lin Yubing suddenly asked, you don't want to sell this scroll for money, do you? If not, Chen said. Lin Yubing said angrily, of course you can use this kind of thing for yourself. Have you already used it? No, isn't that enough? Every professional can use 3 copy scrolls in his life, 1 each for low level, intermediate, and high level. You can just use the basic one now, so why sell it? Chen nodded. Indeed, compared to equipment, this kind of scroll is rare. It would be a pity to sell it. The function of the copy scroll is to copy other people's skills to yourself. As long as you find the right skills, you can improve your own strength a lot. But whose skills should he copy? Chen unconsciously turned his attention to Lin Yubing. Lin Yubing is a curse mage, and her level is not even 20. Chen can copy her skills. The curse seal master is indeed not very strong in the early stage and needs time to accumulate curse seals, but for Chen, this is not a problem. As long as it is within the scope of the domain, Chen can appear anywhere and he can cast the curse seal without worrying about being interrupted. Lin Yubing suddenly became furious when she found Chen looking at her. Put your arms in front of your chest. Chen, what do you want to do? Chen pointed to the scroll. I think your skills are good. Lin Yubing immediately shook his head. No, why, it won't work anyway. After saying that, she turned away and ignored Chen. Since Lin Yubing didn't want to, Chen didn't force it. He was a little hungry, so he lit the bonfire again, took out a few pieces of Warcraft meat from the space, put it on the giant sword he had just obtained, and started grilling it on the teppanyaki. The fat made a sizzling sound under the scorching fire, and the fragrance wafted out. Chen sprinkled the condiments on it, making the taste even more attractive. Lin Yubing turned around frequently, her saliva almost flowing out. It can be seen that she is very tormented inside. Chen didn't care about her. After the meat was roasted, he started eating on his own. Lin Yubing wiped her saliva silently and suddenly felt very hungry. No, I just can't bear it anymore. Chen, Lin Yubing said seriously. I can agree to let you copy your skills, as long as you share the meat with me. Chen couldn't help but laugh. He never said he wouldn't give her food. Chen signaled, and Lin Yubing was immediately overjoyed. He took the giant sword and put it in front of him, grabbed a piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. The barbecue was very hot, but Lin Yubing didn't care. She stuffed the barbecue into her mouth while blowing air, her cheeks were bulging, which was very cute. It's so delicious. Chen, please consider coming to my house to be a chef. I'm serious. While Lin Yubing was eating, she did not forget to extend an invitation to Chen. Chen laughed it off. These sauces were prepared by his sister. They were indeed delicious. You can't find such a taste outside. Chen watched quietly as Lin Yubing swept away all the barbecue. After eating, Lin Yubing lay down on the ground without any image, feeling very comfortable. Come on, Chen. Lin Yubing glanced at Chen, her face turned red, and then she extended her hand. Chen was stunned. What? This time it was Lin Yubing's turn to be stunned. But she reacted quickly. You don't know how to use the copy scroll. Chen nodded, he really didn't know. You will know when you cover it with spiritual power. Lin Yubing reminded. Chen glanced at the scroll and covered it with mental power according to Lin Yubing's instructions. The copied scroll was stimulated by the mental power and immediately activated, emitting golden light. A message also appeared in front of Chen's eyes. Please select the object to copy. It turns out that to copy the opponent's skills, you need to grab the opponent's hand to read the opponent's skill information. No wonder Lin Yubing was so shy just now. Seeing Chen looking over, Lin Yubing's face turned even redder. She turned her face away and didn't dare to look at Chen, but she stretched out her hand. Chen was silent for a moment, then grabbed Lin Yubing's hand. Lin Yubing's body trembled slightly, but she did not retract her hand. Her hands are small, the skin is very delicate, soft, and boneless. Chen also saw her skill information. Lin Yubing. Level 16, Rare Main Battle Profession, Curse Mage. Native Skill, Curse Seal Stacking Detonation. Skill, Magic Seal Curse. Skill, Copy, Stealth. Lin Yubing has 3 skills, and it seems that he has also used a primary copy scroll. Chen copied her first skill. Due to different occupations, Chen could only exert 70% of the power of this skill. But it doesn't matter, he can make up for it in other aspects. His spell intensity and mental power far exceed those of ordinary mage professions, and being in the field, he has more favorable conditions for applying curse seals. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. After copying the skills, both of them sat in silence by the fire. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lin Yubing suddenly thought of something and asked Chen. Chen, do you want to take the unified examination this year? He Chen nodded. Then we are in the same class. Which school do you want to go to? Yanjing Academy. It's not easy to get into Yanjing Academy, but you're so good, so there's absolutely no problem. After a pause, Lin Yubing said again. Then when you go to Yanjing, you can come and play with me. My home is in Yanjing. He Chen suddenly remembered that Lin Yubing had said before that she was from the Yanjing Lin family. When we were fighting just now, I heard you say that you were from the Yanjing Lin family. Are you a big family? Lin Yubing clenched her chin and thought seriously. It should be in the top 5. He Chen was immediately surprised. The aristocratic family in Yanjing is not comparable to other places. Even if it is an ordinary family, its strength is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. If the Lu family, the number 1 family in Linzhong, was placed in Yanjing, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be ranked among the top 10. Unexpectedly, Lin Yubing's background was so big, He Chen immediately asked. Then do you know that there is a professor named Qin Mian at Yanqing University? You mean the professor who assists the Holy Light believers? He Chen nodded excitedly. Yes, it's him. Can you help me set up a line? I want to see him. Lin Yubing looked a little embarrassed. Professor Qin Mian has rarely appeared since he became the royal advisor. If my father came forward, he might be summoned. We juniors wouldn't even be able to pass on the message. He Chen sighed, his eyes a little lonely. I was too impatient. He Chen, Lin Yubing said cautiously. Why are you looking for Professor Qin Mian? He Chen said. My sister was injured when she was a child, and the toxins penetrated deep into the bone marrow. She will never be able to become a professional in this life. I heard that Professor Qin Mian has a skill called Nirvana, which can reshape the body. Lin Yubing nodded. Yes, the skill of Nirvana can indeed allow your sister to embark on the road of becoming a professional again. So, when I go back, I will try to see if I can contact Professor Qin Mian, but I can't guarantee it. He Chen raised his head sharply, looked at Lin Yubing, and said solemnly. Okay, I'll remember this favor. A night of silence. Early the next morning, at 6 o'clock, the secret realm was refreshed, and He Chen opened his eyes for the first time. Lin Yubing also woke up. She blinked her big eyes, looked at He Chen, and asked. He Chen, when do you have breakfast? He Chen was speechless, so he lit a bonfire and started making teppanyaki with his sword again. Lin Yubing squatted aside, eyes narrowed with joy. He Chen, you are awesome and your cooking is delicious. You will definitely be chased by many girls in the future. He Chen was noncommittal. Apart from getting admitted to Yanqing University and finding a professor who could treat his sister, other things were not within his scope of consideration. After a delicious meal, Lin Yubing said to He Chen. Are you sure you can defeat the Toren king alone? How about I help you? Need not. He Chen shook his head. He was 80% sure before, but now that he has copied Lin Yubing's skills, he is 100% sure. Okay, in this case, I will continue to upgrade. He Chen, come to Yanjing as soon as possible and remember to come see me. Lin Yubing waved his hand, and before leaving, he didn't forget to take the last 2 pieces of roasted and fragrant monster meat. Watching Lin Yubing go away, He Chen said silently. Yanjing, I will definitely go there. After the secret realm was refreshed, not only were the large pits and forests blown up by He Chen yesterday completely restored, but the monsters also reappeared, and beast roars came from the forest one after another. Secret realms in the wild are generally refreshed once a day. For some refined secret realms, such as those in schools, the refresh time can be adjusted according to special requirements. He Chen opened up the area, killed a few stray monsters, and then began to advance towards the area where the BOSS was. He Chen once successfully killed many monsters by using card positions in the school's intermediate secret realm, and he decided to continue using this strategy this time. With yesterday's lesson, he would never let the Toren king enter a state of self-destruction. He Chen swept around Aishan and made sure that the nearby monsters had been cleared. Then he slowly approached Aishan. Every time he encountered a monster, he immediately retreated and lured it out. After the distance was enough, he continued. Kill. After several repetitions, the number of monsters on the short mountain had decreased a lot. Although the boss, the Toren king, was somewhat aware of it, after a round of inspection, he found nothing unusual and continued to return to the mountain to roost. At this time, He Chen stood on the top of a big tree, looking at the dozen monsters wandering on the top of the mountain and the boss Toren King lying under the cliff, thinking about the next plan. It seems that those dozen monsters will not leave the top of the mountain. If he attacks, it will inevitably not disturb the bull-headed king. Things are a little tricky. Fortunately, Chen had a brain. Chen released the domain. Although the edge did not cover the top of the mountain, it was not far away. Several ghost monsters stood on the edge of the domain and roared provocatively towards the group of monsters on the top of the mountain. The group of monsters on the top of the mountain suddenly became restless, and the bull-headed king looked this way, unmoved. Although they felt that something was not right with these fellow tribesmen, they just let out a few dissatisfied roars to warn their fellow tribesmen not to disturb the Toren king. The ghost monsters further provoked, grabbing huge rocks on the ground and throwing them, successfully irritating the group of monsters on the top of the mountain. As the Toren king stood up and roared, the monsters on the top of the mountain swarmed down, trying to teach these blind fellows a lesson. Chen immediately contracted the area and tried to lure the monsters down the mountain, but the first attempt failed. When the monsters were almost halfway up the mountain, they were summoned by the bull-headed king and turned back to where they were. Chen tried again. It wasn't until the fifth time that the bull-headed king finally couldn't suppress his anger and asked his men to deal with those blind guys. As a result, the few monsters sent out quickly stopped moving. The ghost monsters entangled the group of monsters that rushed down from the top of the mountain. Chen wandered among them and made a series of curse seals. He quickly eliminated all the monsters, and none of the explosive ones appeared. Kill the Forest Guard Elite Demon Bull, experience value plus 8,800. Kill the Elite Boulder Monster, experience value plus 8,600. Alert sounds sounded one after another. After solving these monsters, Chen followed suit, and the domain spread to the low mountain. The ghost monsters appeared again, provoking wildly. This time the bull-headed king finally couldn't bear it anymore. Tread, tread, tread. The bull-headed king's hooves trampled on the ground, causing the mountaintops to tremble slightly. Then his head hung down, and his long horns were sharp enough to break mountains and rocks, and rushed down from the mountain. A triumphant smile appeared on Chen's lips. He stared at the Toren king closely, calculating the distance. Closer, closer. The self-destruction process of Warcraft takes about 3 seconds. Chen must make the field cover enough distance to ensure that the Toren king will not rush out after discovering the clues. The ghost monsters were running away leisurely in front. When they found that the group of monsters behind them were chasing too slowly, they would slow down and provoke again. The roar of the monster shook the sky, and the bull-headed king finally stepped onto the position marked by Chen. The next moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed, the sunlight was blocked, black air filled the air, and the territory was like hell. The realm of Netherworld, including the Toren king, all Warcraft are subject to domain suppression, and their strength, defense and other attributes have all been forcibly reduced by 12%, and their blood volume is also slowly losing. However, the Toren king has the ability to automatically recover, which offsets the loss of blood volume caused by the field, making the two levels equal. But Chen also has a second skill, Absorb. A crimson halo appeared on the Minotaur king, and its blood volume began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it also suffered continuous magic damage. With so many negative status blessings, even as powerful as the bull-headed king, he panicked at this moment, turned around and wanted to escape. But it's too late. The red-scaled python immediately entangled it, and the poisonous spider king sprayed out spider webs and stuck to the bull-headed king. The ice wolf king exhaled, and the bull-headed king's entire body was covered with white frost. Chen was walking nearby, making seals with his hands, and curse seals spread rapidly on the body of the bull-headed king. The other ghost monsters emitted flames and turned red. They withstood the attacks of other monsters and surrounded the bull-headed king. The bull-headed king wanted to self-destruct, but Chen never gave it a chance. Countless attacks fell like raindrops, hitting the bull-headed king one after another in a state of freeze, unable to even fight back. Time is up. Chen suddenly flashed and appeared in the distance, and the next moment, a sky-high explosion sounded. The violent explosion caused ferocious cracks to open on the ground, spreading over a distance of hundreds of meters. Close to 20 monsters exploded together, and the power was even greater than yesterday's Toren king. At the same time, Chen also triggered the curse seal on the bull-headed king. Under attack from inside and outside, the bull-headed king was directly disintegrated and dismembered, and he could not die anymore. Kill the elite boss bull demon stone golem, gain experience, 27,300. Obtain Toren King's natal core. Obtain cowhide gloves green, strength +5, spell power +3%, magic defense +60, physical defense +30. Level +1, current level, 13. Alerts appeared one after another. Chen took a look at his attribute panel. Name, Chen. Occupation, Hell Controller. Level, 13, 1.5%. Spell strength, 927. Physical strength, 244. Spirit, 522. Charm, 179. Physique, 206. Agility, 177. Power, 301. Skill 1. Realm of the Netherworld Yellow Spring Professional Skill. Skill effect. Domain type skills can release domains within a specific range. Targets within the domain will forcibly reduce all attribute values by 13% and drain the target's blood volume. The lower the target level, the faster the extraction speed. Netherworld Realm Range 260*260. The host is invincible in the domain. Creatures that die in the domain will turn into undead and become the contract object of the host, attacking the target. The contract object cannot be killed in the domain. Upper limit, 26. Skill 2. Absorb. Skill effect. Draw blood from an individual target, rapidly reducing the target's blood volume, and causing magic damage equivalent to 9% of the body's spell strength every second. Drawing blood can slowly restore various attributes of the body. Currently available targets, 4. Skill 3. Curse Seal Stacking Detonation. Skill effect. Can superimpose curse marks on the target. Each curse mark causes 2 points of spell damage per second. Duration, 5 seconds. The curse seals can be stacked, and more than 3 curse seals can be detonated, causing spell damage equivalent to 3% of the body's spell strength. For each additional number, the additional damage increases by 0.5%. A newly acquired skill point was added to Drain, which increased the damage conversion rate of Drain. After getting the bull-headed king's natal crystal core, Chen left the secret realm. Arriving at the exchange, Chen found a task delivery window, where a woman in professional attire sat. Hello, my name is Xiao Wen, employee number 1233. How can I help you? I'll deliver the job. Okay, what kind of task is it? Regular tasks can be handled by yourself at the exchange desk. I deliver the Dark Forest King level mission. The young lady in the window was obviously stunned, and looked at Chen with surprise. Please wait a moment, I'll call the supervisor. After saying that, she immediately went to the office at the back. Soon, a slightly stout man about 40 years old walked out quickly. Hello, I am Zhou Yi, the supervisor here. Are you going to deliver the Dark Forest King level mission? Chen nodded. Zhou Yi looked at Chen in surprise, then stretched out his hand to signal. Please come with me. He took Chen to an office, which also had a device similar to the trading desk outside. Following his prompts, Chen put his hand on the trading desk. The Dark Forest King level secret realm mission has been completed, do you want to deliver it? Chen clicked yes. Next to him, Zhou Yi looked emotional. It's true that heroes come from young. It's been a long time since anyone has cleared the king level of the Dark Forest secret realm. Little brother, how many people are there in your team? If it's convenient, take my nephew with you. Chen said calmly. There is no team, I did it alone. Single brush. Zhou Yi was stunned and looked at Chen in disbelief. Chen nodded. What's wrong? Only then did Zhou Yi realize that he had lost his composure and said with a smile. I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I've seen someone master the king level secret realm alone. Little brother, it's awesome, it's really awesome. He picked up the brewed tea and poured a cup for Chen, and then placed a tablet-like device in front of Chen. All your crystal coins and contribution points have been stored in your account. You can choose the blue equipment in the mission rewards here. Chen nodded, slid the tablet, and picked. Most of the equipment available for selection are weapons. When changing equipment, the average professional will indeed give priority to upgrading weapons, followed by armor to improve his life-saving ability, and finally amplification equipment. However, Chen is not a main combat profession and has little need for weapons. He will not be injured when he is in the field, so he does not need armor. So he directly set his sights on amplifying props. Obsidian earrings. Increase spell power by 5%, spirit plus 80, charm plus 15, stun resistance plus 10, recovery speed plus 5%. Prayer necklace. Increase spell power by 5%, spirit plus 60, charm plus 20, spell skill attack power increased by 2%. Glass ring. Increase all resistances by 1.5%, attribute space plus 10. There were not many amplifying props, just 7 or 8 kinds. Chen quickly read through them. Overall, I want it all. He turned over an earring. Wailing earrings set 1/7, increase spell power by 4.8%, spirit plus 5/5, charm plus 15, level limit, 15. Suit. Chen continued to read. 3 set effects. Spell power plus 2%, all resistance plus 2%. 7 set effects. Spell power plus 5%, all resistance plus 5%, all attributes plus 5%. But there is a line of small words below, special items cannot be traded. Seeing Chen staring at the suit, the supervisor smiled and said, "My little brother has good eyesight. There are not many blue suits in the set type. A single-piece suit may be a little worse than ordinary blue suits, but the effect of a 3-piece suit is already better than that of ordinary blue suits, even comparable to the enchantment effect, if you collect all 7 of them, is not only comparable to that of purple equipment, but it also far exceeds the properties of ordinary blue equipment." Chen was also very moved and asked, "It's really good, but why does it say it can't be traded?" Zhou Yi smiled mysteriously, clicked on the tablet, and called up the relevant tasks. Highly difficult mission. King-level secret realm goblin mine, defeat the boss goblin leader, and obtain the mine magic source. Task reward. 1,500 crystal coins, 1,000 contribution points, any piece of blue equipment. In the reward illustrated book, there is a ring from the whale kit. Highly difficult mission. King-level secret realm, Ice Queen's castle, defeat the Ice Queen and obtain the Queen's trident. Task reward. 2,000 crystal coins, 1,200 contribution points, any piece of blue equipment. This time in the reward illustrated book is the necklace of the whale kit. The other 4 secret realms are Underground Maze, Zerg Forest, Zombie Swamp, Cat Demon Territory. Chen took a look and found that the only things he could enter now were the Goblin Mine and the Cat Demon Territory. The entry restrictions for these 2 secret realms were level 13 to 20. The other restricted levels are all between levels 15 to 22. The rewards for these tasks can all be selected from one of the components of the whale set. Of course, if you don't like these, you can also exchange them for other blue equipment of the same level in the exchange. There are only 6 pieces here, but there's a quest behind it. Complete all king levels to get rewards, 4,000 contribution points, 10,000 crystal coins, and any piece of blue equipment. In this way, the 7 components of the whale set are complete. After thinking for a moment, Chen nodded and said, "Okay, I will take over the tasks of the Goblin Mine and the Cat Demon Territory first, and then I will take on other tasks when I reach level 15. Hearing this, the supervisor was even more surprised. "Little brother, you haven't reached level 15 yet." He originally thought that Chen would be able to pass the king level of the Dark Forest, which would be at least level 15, or even level 17. He didn't expect Chen's level to be so low. But this also shows that Chen's strength may exceed his imagination. There is also a high probability that the king-level tasks in other secret realms can be completed. If Chen can clear all the customs, maybe the Linjiang exchange under his jurisdiction will be among the top 100 exchanges in the empire to complete a series of customs clearance tasks, and he will also be rewarded by then. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi smiled brightly and gave Chen free strategies related to each secret realm. This set of strategies requires at least level 3 permissions to see, and some of them are even information that belongs to level 4 permissions. He also paid high prices for all the equipment Chen wanted to sell. After coming out of the exchange, Chen took a look at the time. It was now around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It might be a bit difficult to clear a king-level secret realm, but you can go in first and level up as soon as possible. After it is refreshed tomorrow, you can clear the level in one go. Chen identified the direction and was about to go to the secret realm of the goblin mine when someone not far away suddenly called him. Brother Chen, Brother Chen. Chen turned around and saw that it was Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao. Next to the two people, there were Lu Yunfei's team and other teams. Lu Yunfei saw Chen and said angrily, Chen, you are hiding here. Jiao Tianu laughed and ran over, hugging Chen's shoulders. Brother Chen, you miss me so much. Without you, I have no motivation to level up. After leveling up separately from Chen, they joined Lu Yunfei's team and took 4 days to level up, reaching level 10. Chen had a detection medal, and after scanning the circle, he found that Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao were both at level 10, Lu Yunfei was at level 11, and the other students who came here were also at level 10. The total number of people was less than 20. If nothing else, the students present in Linjiang who took the unified examination this year are the only ones who can enter first-class universities. The proportion is really not high. As for top schools, there may not be more than 5 people. Jiao Tianu came over and whispered, Brother Chen, the skill I awaken after level 10 is called Brutal Crash. When I release the skill, I will be in a hegemonic state and my defense will increase by 300% within 5 seconds. How about it? Chen nodded slightly. Good. Guo Xiaoxiao also said. The skill I awakened at level 10 is called Phantom Thrust. It can cause 150% physical attack to up to 5 targets at the same time, and has an armor-piercing effect. Chen nodded again. Very nice. Jiao Tianu said. Brother Chen, can we form a team to level up again this time? To be honest, I can't show my true strength even if I cooperate with others. Look at my skills, they are simply born to attract monsters. Guo Xiaoxiao also looked at Chen expectantly. Previously, Chen opened the school's intermediate secret realm in just 2 days. They followed Chen and rose to level 9 in 2 days. But after separating from Chen, the speed of upgrading suddenly dropped. It took 4 days to reach level 10. Now it is less than 10 days before the unified examination. According to this speed, they can reach level 12 at most before the unified examination. It is not a big problem to enter a first-class university at level 12, but if you want to enter a top university, there is still a slight gap. Chen shook his head. I accepted the missions in the Goblin Mine and the Cat Demon territory, and now I plan to go to the Goblin Mine to level up. Goblin Mine. Jiao Tianu was slightly startled. That's a secret realm that can only be entered by level 13. Are you already here, Brother Chen? Chen nodded. Jiao Tianu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Then he burst into tears. It turns out that they were the only ones affected by leveling up separately. Not only was Chen not affected, he was leveling up faster. From this point of view, they seemed to be dispensable to Chen. It's really hurtful. If he could reach level 13 before the unified examination, his father would be so happy that he would hold a college entrance banquet in advance. Starting from level 5, every 5 levels is a hurdle, and the experience required for upgrading will increase a lot. After level 10, their upgrade speed will only be slower. It took 4 days to upgrade from level 9 to level 10. After leveling up, it would take at least 5 days for them to move up a level. This is still under smooth conditions. If they were injured or had other unexpected circumstances, they might even stop there. After all, this is not a secret realm in school. If an accident occurs, teachers will appear in time to help. Looking at the students registering at the exchange one after another, I had mixed feelings for a while. Entering the wild secret realm means that they have truly entered this cruel game world, and began to enjoy fighting, being bullied, and attacked, and seeing the social rules of bullying and cold-blooded numbness. The law of survival of the fittest is followed here, the strong live, the weak die. These students who have just become professionals are like chicks spreading their wings for the first time. They have to face challenges far beyond their imagination. They may encounter accidents at any time and at any time. Fortunately, outside the secret realm, there are imperial troops and city security patrols to maintain basic stability. Only in the secret realm can you truly follow the law of the jungle. In just 4 days, Chen had already experienced 2 crises. If he hadn't been strong, he might not even have been able to pass Sumi's test. I hope these students will have better luck, otherwise it will be doubtful whether they can take the unified examination. Chen thought secretly, and then said, "You also need to speed up. The minimum restricted level for the wild secret realm outside Linjiang City is level 10. The other secret realms are all level 13 or 15. I am now at level 13. If you were before me at level 15, if we can reach level 13, we can also form a team to paint pictures together." Chen said. Jiao Tianu looked frustrated, but he could only nodded. Chen rarely had the opportunity to say so many words at once, and he was still encouraging them. "It just sounds like it always feels a bit like Versailles. Okay, Brother Chen, I hope I have a chance to benefit from you in this life." Jiao Tianu said. Guo Xiaoxiao stood nearby, pursed his lips and said nothing. Although she wanted to follow Chen, she also understood that being by Chen's side would only be a drag. Chen wanted to enter the secret realm of level 13. She had to at least reach level 13 before she could form a team with Chen. "I hope I still have a chance before the unified examination." Chen told Jiao Tianu and Guo Xiaoxiao the simple experience he had summarized over the past few days, and told them that in addition to World of Warcraft, they should also beware of other professionals. The two kept nodding their heads, listening carefully to the experience Chen shared with them, feeling warm in their hearts. Then, Chen's eyes fell on Lu Yunfei. Just when Lu Yunfei was about to speak and ask what level Chen had reached, Chen's eyes had already passed her, and then headed straight towards the secret realm of the goblin mine. "Go." Lu Yunfei gritted his teeth angrily. "It's so abominable. I was ready to talk to you, but you left without saying a word. Do you really think that I am rare to talk to you?" She said to the people behind her. "Let's go. Today we will strive to win the adventure level of the Dark Forest Secret Realm. There are less than 10 days left for the unified examination, so everyone must seize every minute and every second. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.